Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the third and final day of the World Rapid Championships 2025. Today is a very important day, and I have with me my co host Amruta Mokal. Hello, Amruta.
Hello, Sagar. Exactly. It has been an insane amount of ups and downs we have seen in the last 2 days. We are already at the day number three, and believe it or not, it's the final day. Such a short tournament we
Yes,
had.
two new world champions will be crowned today, and that's what makes it super exciting. And I think, Amruta, this will be interesting to see who becomes the world rapid champion in the open section and in the women's section as well.
Absolutely, just a few hours away from having a new World Rapid Champion. It's exciting. And guys, a lot is happening. We will be coming to you with the pairings, with the standings right away.
There you see the pairings on your screen. Magnus Carlsen in round one for today, that's round number 10, takes on Alexei Sarana. And then we have Hans Niemann, Amruta. It's actually the top board with two leaders, Hans and Vladislav Artemiev, both on 7.5 points. And we have Shimanov, who actually yesterday lost to Hans Niemann. And that's why Hans is the leader of the tournament right now. Then Nodirbek takes on Erdogmus. Both are on 7 points. So we have four players on seven, two players on 7.5. And then we have MVL taking on Gukesh, the world champion.
Wow, that is exciting. I'm interested to see whether we'll have a Sicilian night off or not.
Yes, and Amruta, then we have Arjun playing Sam Savian, Maksudlu versus Mamedyarov, Shimanov versus Sindarov, Dominguez versus Mamedov, Henriquez versus Wesley So, Nepo versus Lazavic. I think all the players who are on 6.5 points have a chance, have a shot, realistic shot, because 4 games to be played today. The leaders are at 7.5. This is what is in the open section. And
Absolutely. And for the women's section, here we have Zhu Jinner versus Koneru Hampi on board number one, Sagar.
yes, they both are leading the tournament with 6.5. And I think the one who wins this game will surely have a big chance. We then have Afruza Khamdamoa taking on Alexandra Goryachkina.
Yeah, I mean, Afruza, she is 2363 and she seems to be a young talent.
Yeah, she's a strong player from Azerbaijan. Letingye takes on, sorry, she's a strong player from Uzbekistan, if I'm not mistaken. She is, yes, she's from Uzbekistan, and she's played a great tournament, beating Valentina Gunina, Nandida, Padmini, Galzoska. Very strong play by her. Le Tingye is playing on board number 3 against Nino Batsiashvili. Chen Yining is playing Katrina Lagno, and Mungunzul is playing against Harika, who's on 6 points.
Okay, so here also we have a lot of things going on, Sagar. Hampi, who is leading the event, if she manages to become the world rapid champion for the third time,
Yes.
she will be the only one in the entire world to achieve such a feat.
Yeah, and also she's the defending champion. So Humpy will be definitely wanting to do well. And the players have settled down, Amruta. Maybe it's time for us to go to board number 1 and see what's happening there. Is Magnus Carlsen here? Actually, we got the picture from one of our sort of team members that he's come in shorts today. Is that true?
Oh, wow.
Not really. He has changed his attire for the game, and he's on the board. And there we see Jan Henrik Butner is there, Amruta, to make the first move in the game.
Oh, that's amazing. He's asking which move to make, and Magnus is smiling over there, cleaning the third rank. And there you go, E4 on the
Yes.
board.
E4 played by Jan Henrik. And we also have the president of the Qatar Chess Association there, Muhammad Al Modiaki, who is there. And He makes the move c5. Could be very.
He's played
Oh,
D5.
he played d5, Scandinavian.
Exactly, and RKD over there, they all are smiling. Some like it's a very nice moment we had. And Magnus actually begins with E4, but instead of Scandinavian, Sarana goes C5.
Oh, we have the Sicilian. The games have started. E4,
Guys, all those
c5.
who want to watch the video feed, the footage of the players, please check out FIDE's live commentary, and you will have a lot of action there.
Yes, back in the home where you are, you can check that out. And also, Amruta, we have live stream on our channel, so people can follow there as well. And the games have started. The moves will come in a bit. And let's go to board number 2. We have Hans Niemann taking on Vladislav Artemiev. And Amruta, look at this game. We have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, and Italian on the board. Hans is playing with the white pieces.
Ooh, and the question everyone is thinking of, Sagar, is that Artemiev has been unstoppable until now. Will Hans be the one to make him pause in this journey?
Yeah, and also Amruta, for Hans Niemann, this means so much. It's his chance to be in the top and actually become a world champion in one of the formats. It's something that has been a dream for him.
Absolutely. And he has not been winning tournaments, but he has been coming very close to that, but somehow missing his chances. But today is a very critical day for him.
Yes, and he has played rook to e1, and this is a very, very cool position. We will try to keep an eye on this.
Absolutely. Let's move to the third board because here it's standard
A4.
opening going on.
We have Nodirbek Abdusataro versus Yaz Khan Erdogmus. And here, Amruta, we had a very interesting opening. It's the Queen's Gambit declined and h4 played.
Exactly. Northerberg is in a completely different mood. He has 15 minutes, 33 seconds on the clock. And Yaz right now might be slightly surprised. He's taking his time. But H4 actually makes a statement that I am in for all the risks over here.
Yes, absolutely. And we will go to the next board, Amruta. Now we have MVL taking on Gukesh, and you were absolutely right.
No way. Gukesh played Naidov against MVL?
Yes, it is a Sicilian Naidorf. It's the favorite opening of MVL, and he has. Gukesh says, I'll play it against you. I played it at the Global Chess League as well.
I know, but why did he repeat this? That's my question.
But Amruta, MVL there, if I'm not mistaken, had played the move. Was it Bishop E3 or I think
also don't remember, but I remember MVL had won the game.
I remember when he had played e5, he had brought his knight back to f3 in that game. So in a way, MVL changed something with bishop d3. He's the first one to surprise Gukesh. And now we are in this position where Gukesh is thinking a bit, but he's also well prepared. Both players have 15 minutes on the clock.
Yes, and last move h3 was played by MVL, controlling the g4 square, so that whenever you want to put the bishop to e3, the knight doesn't jump on g4. Can we show what happens for bishop e3, Sagar, over there? A quick look instead of h3. Why it is a big blunder? Because
it is a mistake because of knight g4 taking the bishop. You can't move it away because the queen checks, and that's trouble.
Yeah, and then you don't want to get rid of such a beautiful piece there. So h3.
ef4, knight f4, and knight to c6 is on the board. So this one, very interesting that Gukesh is giving up his bishop. He has the e5 square.
But white MVL is not taking on e6 because he knows allowing f takes e6 would mean getting out of control the d5 square, which is pretty important. Look at the knights, they are looking at jumping on that square.
Absolutely, Amruta. And knight e5 very quickly played. A4, the moves are coming in. We'll come back to this game very quickly. Let's go to board 5. Arjun Erigaisi taking on Sam Savian.
Okay, but I really thought that because the moves were happening so quickly over there. Okay, Sicilian is always my favorite. Let's not be biased. Let's be here. Trompovsky.
Yes, we'll go to all the games, Amruta. We'll go back again. Bishop e7, and now it's looking more like a Queen's Gambit declined. In fact, the very famous Lasker system, it looks like.
Wonderful. Guys, we are working on the bars and they will be put there very, very soon. Until now, the games have just begun and we are already looking at some exciting openings.
Yes, and this is an equalish position. It's just starting out now. Pawn on e4 is hanging. You can defend it with f5. And
But as you asked yesterday, Sagar, a very important question is which piece is not good, and many of the times we are finding the c8 bishop. You know, that piece somehow is a lazy piece.
yeah, it comes into the game late, but Amruta at some point can make a huge impact if dealt with well.
Yeah, I mean, it has saved so much energy by being lazy.
Yeah.
So at the right time, it has to do something. Yeah.
True. And Amruta, can you believe what's happening on board 6?
No, I
Like the
can't.
game between two of the most aggressive players, Parham and Shak, has the most boring position with queen trades.
Oh, it's the most shant position, very, very calm over here. But, you know, I do not believe that it will stay like this for a long time. Just a matter of, a chance which Maksudlu never misses.
Right. And so this one, board 6, Amruta, let's quickly check what's happening in the women's section, shall we?
Yes.
We look at the top board. This is between Humpy and Zhu Jinner. It's a very, very important encounter. And Humpy, right now with the black pieces, has this isolated queen pawn to play against. But the white pieces have the two bishops. So very nice and interesting position.
Yeah, I mean, there is this isolated pawn, which is the compensation for black against the double bishop. So knight c6,
Humpy.
So knight c6, she's directly looking at the d4 pawn here, getting ready to bring the rook to d8, and they say that knights are the best blockader. So if required, there's always knight b4, knight d5, and it's a very, very strong and well-placed knight, covering one of the key square on c7, because usually the rook controls the open file by rook c1.
Yeah, so Amruta, right now, maybe white wants to just liquidate and play this position, but I feel like this will very likely end in a draw.
Oh, that's a good thing, yeah, for him. I mean, you just begin with some calmness and then ready to go risky. Okay. What about the board number 2, Sagar?
So right now, this...
You were right, d5 did happen on the board.
Oh, yes. So Zhu Jinner is trying to look for a very small edge with her two bishops. And if she's able to push here, she'll try her best. But I think Humpy will stay solid. On board 2, we have Afruza, who is slightly better against Alexandra Goryachkina.
Is such a strong player that to already slightly out-prepare her in the opening to get this initiative is not an easy task. So Afruz are doing well over there.
Right, and lastly, we have Le Chingye versus Nino Batsiashvili. And this one is early days in the Italian with e5 pawn being slightly weak. You know, Amrita, you can put pressure.
Let's go, let's go. And we still haven't seen that whether he's wearing shorts or not.
Oh, no, he is not, Amrita.
He's in a proper attire.
Yes.
Okay.
So
I would have loved to, have another controversy, but
no, there are no controversies here.
Yeah.
Castles, bishop e3, b6 played by Alexei, and a very interesting move, Amrita, because he wants to push his pawn in the center of the board. So h3, bishop b7, knight d2, and now d5 already on the board. And Magnus goes bishop b5.
You don't have time for d4 over there because bishops. Wait a second. Can we check d4 whether it is a bad idea?
It's possible, but after take
c6, d takes c3. Let's finish all the takes. Bishop b7. No, here you win the exchange.
Exactly.
Simply.
So this does not work. So that's the reason why he played queen c7. But now the problem is Magnus could have taken here
And E5.
and pushed e5 and then d4, and he would have been
exactly.
slightly better.
But you know what? This is such French-like structure without the light square bishop. And sometimes, you know that in French, such a piece is important, and it might be difficult to give it up.
Yes, but you know what happened, Amruta, here?
What did he play?
Played rook e1, and rook e1 here is already looking quite good for black.
No, but I think his ideas could be something like E5, knight takes E5, bishop F4, knight F3, queen F3. I don't know. Anything to do with E5.
But
yeah?
definitely the rook belongs here. But black should have played the move e5 here, and black would have been slightly better. But in the game, he played rook a d8, and now Magnus has a big opportunity once again to make your move happen, Amruta, which is e5.
Ooh, let's calculate all this whole variation properly. Slow and steady, Sagar. Knight takes E5.
So now
do I want to take on E5?
Takes. And now a good question, Amruta. Here. What should white play here? White to play. Guys, anyone wants to try here? What is a good move?
White to play, yeah? Do we have a gift for them if they find it?
Yes. Bishop c5. Well done. Taking here.
Is that the right one?
Yes.
Okay,
it's the right move. And we can start off today with our first gift of the day. Sir, if you would be so kind to come up ahead for finding the first move and get a special prize from one of the sponsors of the event, Freedom. Thank you. So bishop takes c5, e7 is hanging. And so we have more questions coming your way. And whenever you feel like, please do answer them. Rook a d8 played. It's a question mark move, and Magnus is calculating now, Amruta.
Oh, Magnus takes on c6 here. He does not go e5. But even now, the same idea is working. Yeah, let's say bishop takes c6.
The concept is the
e5,
same.
E5. You go back. And now d4. So basically, a move later, he realizes that it is okay to get rid of the light square bishop for the knight because the structure is a bit closed. And I am doing well with e6 threats also, Sagar.
Yes. So Magnus already clearly better in this game. And that is not good news for the leaders of the tournament. We have to check quickly what Hans Niemann and Vladislav Artemiev are doing, Amruta. And here it feels like too many things have been traded.
Exactly. I mean, there is a bishop on a7, bishop on f4. We have f2 under pressure over here. Somewhere, if there is a little initiative I had to give, it would be black. But
Amruta, here the point is that e4 pawn is hanging. How do you defend it is the big question. So last move was played bishop.
Tactics like Sagar, bishop f4. Something to do with f2, queen h4, bishop f2, or
queen h4. G5. I think bishop would drop back to g3. g5, also bishop g3. Maybe there's this move f5 is what I was thinking. But after Opasaw, suddenly the c7 could be weakened. So maybe it's...
rook takes f6 because your f2 is weak again. I mean, it does look a bit scary, no?
Yeah, it is, but I can take here and maybe you don't have enough compensation.
Okay, so black is losing a pawn.
No, there's a very cool move that Artemiev has here, and which is to play queen to d3 to save the pawn. And maybe his position is equal.
Yeah, this is a good move. Rook d8 incoming now, so he's doing fine.
But he hasn't played that move yet. Artemiev is thinking he has had an incredible tournament until now. He's beaten Arjun Erigaisi. He's beaten Magnus Carlsen. And now, can he become the world rapid champion? It would be a huge addition to his amazing career that he has had until now.
Yeah, and he's like really deserving. He can actually do this feat. This time, Sagar, if he draws this game, then I think he remains unbeaten. And it's very hard for somebody to beat him with
Yeah,
the white pieces in the next game.
but Amruta, it's not enough to be unbeaten. You need to score wins here on the last day. It's not easy to do that. And also, Magnus is someone who's very good when it comes to last day. Um, the stress, pressure, he's faced it so many times.
Yeah, we have seen him like winning all the games on the last day and then getting the trophy there. So I think that does create a lot of excitement for him as well.
Yes.
And for everybody. Okay, let's check what he's doing, Magnus.
I was actually curious to see, Amruta, if Artemiev has won a medal before, but I'm not sure. I think he has one in World Rapid and Blitz.
I'll definitely let you know about that in the meantime.
Okay, let's go to board 3. Guys, does anyone know what is the age of the player with the black pieces here? Who's playing with black? Yes. 15 years old. Yas Khan. Are you sure? 2011. So isn't he 14? Today? Okay, so he's 15 years old. He's amazing. I believe that's his dad there who's standing behind. Yes, his father is here and he's playing against, and we also have Ozgur there who has been a big support to the players in Turkey. And right now, him playing on board number 3, Amruta, a very complicated position against Nodirbek Abdusattarov.
Yeah, Nodirbek has decided to keep his king on f2. He trusts it's safe over there. His pawn has reached h5. And is he looking at any aggressive ideas over here, or he just wants to complete the development slow and steady?
Yeah, I think he right now just wants to finish his development and maybe at some point put the queen here, move the knight, and g4, g5.
Oh, you mean rook goes to g1 and then g4, g5?
Could be an idea.
Whenever white wants to create a flank attack, generally you try to break open the center. So I think for black, he is very much looking at finding the right moment to break with c5.
Yeah, absolutely. c5 would be the best move. Meanwhile, there is a transmission error in the game of Hans Niemann and Vladislav Artemiev. If we go to board 2, there is no way that Hans would have blundered an entire rook here. So queen takes queen happened, and here rook b1, but in the game he would have taken. And I think g5 might have happened, and this might be the live board position, Amruta.
Okay, yeah, I mean, definitely there are not going to be such blunders. Okay, we can stick with the third board and then we can keep rounding up for all the boards. Yeah, top 9.
Yes, but I have one question for our viewers here. If Hans Niemann gets greedy here and takes the pawn on e4, why would this be a big mistake? Black to play.
F4, he said.
F5, very good. You play F5 and you can't take en passant because the rook is hanging, and next move you trap the bishop. So tactics are there in the air, Amruta. You can't be so relaxed here.
Yeah, I thought this is like a plain, simple, going to end in a draw. Hans is happy to draw with the leader. The leader will generally keep his lead. That's what I thought.
But Hans and Artemiev both are leading. They are both on 7.5.
Yes. So I'm so sorry. The half point difference yesterday I thought was there, but it's
no. Hans won his last round. And by the way, Amruta, we see in the fourth board, Gukesh has started to get a small edge against MVL.
Can we look at the opening moves after the last position?
So we saw till here, Gukesh attacked the knight, and then knight went back, takes, rook takes, knight takes, queen d2 was played. A very interesting move because, you could have moved your knight away, but then at this point, bishop takes, queen takes, and then black is already better because of the control of the e5 square. So he tries to muddy the waters, takes here, but already this is a very comfortable position for black.
Absolutely, it's a dream position for Sicilian. First of all, you have two minor pieces exchanged. There is this e6 and d6 pawns which cover critical f5 and d5 squares against the knight, and the e4 pawn is blocked by this amazing knight on e5. So the d3 bishop is still, waiting for his career to flourish.
Yeah, this bishop on d3 is a terrible piece, and that's the reason why Gukesh is slightly better here. But MVL is very tricky. It's very difficult to beat MVL. Amruta, we have a result already on board 6. Parham Maksudlu and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov have drawn their game.
We should have guessed that because, as you mentioned, the opening was nothing exciting, and I think that is what the guys were aiming at.
And another result happened on board 9. We have Cristobal Henriquez drawing his game against Wesley So.
So maybe some people feel like after third day, it's already been very tiring for many of them, and they just want to start a bit slow and then get into the rhythm.
One game, Amruta, which I would have loved to have our camera on right now, but we don't have that, is between Daniel Dubov and Vasily Ivanchuk. They are playing each other. What a clash this is. Two absolute amazing players of the game and also known for their creative chess.
Yeah, this is, I think, one of the most, like, there are some exciting matchups which are happening which may not be on the top, but this tournament is so full of these amazing personalities over here. We should have a look at each one of them at least for a moment. Yeah.
Yeah, but right now it seems Daniel Dubov is better against Vasily Ivanchuk. And Amruta, a quick look at board number 8 between Lenier Dominguez and Rauf Mamedov. We see that Dominguez is putting quite a bit of pressure on Rauf Mamedov.
Oh, that too with the king on f1 against that open f file with the rook on f8. He is better.
Yeah. Can we have the video, Director Saab, of Dominguez and Rauf Mamedov, board 8? Yes.
One of the big trouble over here for black is that bishop on h6 has nothing to do, nowhere to go, and
but Amrita, it's stopping the knight. So in a way, it is kind of playing against that.
So even the white knight has nowhere to go, but maybe still, you have knight e1 and knight d3, knight f3 ideas. So I'm not really sure. Just doesn't look like a good placement for the bishop on h6.
Right.
Maybe it happened through Pelican Sagar. I'm not sure. Was it Sicilian?
It could be. It was the Sveshnikov, Amruta. You are absolutely right. Takes, and somehow Dominguez is looking really good, looking sharp in this tournament. Going back to board number 1, Magnus Carlsen versus Alexei Sarana. We did leave it at bishop takes c6, queen takes, Magnus pushed his pawn forward, knight went back, d4, takes, knight takes. He took with the
knight, yeah?
Yeah.
Because e6 should be dangerous, no? Wait a second. Right now, can you not play e6?
Yeah, Amruta, it's possible to push the pawn forward to e6, but he played the move
knight b5,
bishop g5.
He stopped black c6. So he still has the threat of e6, but his e5 is under attack. So what happens for knight takes c5, bishop takes c7?
It's a fork here, yeah?
Exchange sack, I thought. No, not a good idea.
Not a good idea. So rook e8,
now
knight
e6.
f3, he defended it. Knight comes to c5 to stop the e6 move.
Magnus can resist this temptation of e6. For any other player, e6 would be like just the instant move.
Yeah, maybe as you rightly said, e6 was a possibility here, but after knight c5, takes, maybe he didn't like that all of black pieces are getting active.
e5 is happening, the center is with the black pieces, so just looks like a beautiful move on the surface, and then when you go deeper, you realize it has not such strong ideas.
Right, and then knight jumps to e4, And here Magnus does away with his bishop, takes this. I have a feeling that Amruta, oh, finally gets your move in. E6.
At the right moment, though. And he's fighting against the double bishop Sagar, and he's clearly better. So, wonderful assessment again by Magnus Carlsen. I think he has played some brilliant games in this event already with tough decisions. So, rook on a5, putting pressure on d5 and a6 both, but as of now, it is hanging.
Yeah, we can defend it with our rook here, or you can simply come back and bring your rook to the center. Magnus is looking strong here. Let's go to the next board. That means Amruta, Magnus will go to 8.5 points. If he, sorry, 8 points. He's on 7. He will reach 8 if he wins this. Who is going to win here and join? Maybe keep the lead, or will it be a draw? Is the question.
Okay, firstly, what's your prediction?
Rook f8 played. I think it's very tough for either of the sides to try for something. If there's someone who's slightly better, it's white, because the e4 pawn looks weaker. H3, and now I'm really threatening to take here.
So then maybe we can guess if Hans beats Artemiev, will we be looking at Magnus versus Hans next round?
It is possible that we will get to see Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann, a very exciting clash that everyone is looking forward to. But Rook f8, early days right now. Let's see if anything changes. Hans has a huge time edge. He's at 9 minutes, and opponent at Artemiev is at 2 minutes 23 seconds. But Amruta, what do we know about Artemiev and his time management?
No. I think that doesn't even care now. It's not a question that whether Artemiev has 1 second or 10 seconds. He plays his best, and incredible chess actually he shows at that time. Only a genius can do that, yeah?
Yeah, he's really, really good when low on time. Moving to board number 3, there's a mistake by Yas Khan. And it seems like Nodirbek is better because he has a lot of space here. And then G4 played. And guys, knight takes B2. That is a terrible move. It would be bad because of Queen C2. And there is a mate on H7 that's happening. So, as of now,
But so knight c4 is played. If you go g4, and let's say black doesn't take on b2, but your king is also on f2, can I not go f5? Or you have g5?
yeah, f5 will come in at the right time. Amruta, also knight g5 can come in.
I like this better, knight g5.
It does feel like Yas has his chances here. After g4, a better move was queen c2, trying to checkmate
Maybe
him.
just we can try to put the board a bit further, Vivek ji, director ji, because I think there's this whole logo strip which is covering it, so it can be a bit.
So f5 here, and this is how maybe Nodirbek would have gotten a big edge, but he instead tried to go g4 because he wanted to stop f5, and now bishop e7. So we have a complex position here. Going to board number 4, MVL versus Gukesh, and we have a lot of trades here.
But I think because it is going into almost a night end game, Gukesh is going to try very hard to convert this slight edge over here.
Gukesh is a pawn up, Amruta, already. He's doing quite well.
But right now, e6 is hanging, and you cannot defend it with an active move, right? Because if you go knight f8 or e5, these are the only two moves which can defend a pawn.
So if knight to f8, Amruta, now the thing is that here
I would think d5.
Knight f7, attacking the d6 pawn.
Yeah, maybe, I don't want to go passive with knight f8. Can I not simply attack your a5 pawn with rook b5? Because it's a double attack. Oh, knight e6, rook takes a5. I must take care to not move the knight on d7.
Yes, it's not a mate, but my rook comes from here, and somehow MVL has enough counterplay to keep the balance here. And look at the time, 6 minutes, 56 seconds for MVL, 3 minutes for Gukesh. It's getting intense here. It's around equal, but black is a pawn up for now.
No, we need to keep a watch on this endgame, Sagar, because it's a very tricky one.
And Amruta, meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi is clearly better against Sam Savian. In fact,
he was, but I think he made a mistake.
No, take e4, knight d2, knight f6, b4, Arjun gaining lot of space on the queen side. And now knight g4, he kicks the knight away, knight e5. If you can't take, because the rook takes the knight, so he plays rook f2, knight g6. And now bishop f7, he plays knight e5, takes, rook takes.
Oh, queen takes e1 is hanging. So rook d2 was not possible. Otherwise, he would have lost both the rooks.
But Amruta, what insane assessment here that this position is better for white because the e pawn is running down.
Oh yeah, once again the c8 bishop doing nothing much over there. And if you take on f2, rook f2, rook f2, I'm just wondering what is the way to stop e6. Is it like over, Sagar? Because that will be huge for Arjun.
Yeah, this looks very, very good for white pieces. Sam Savian has to play this carefully. Otherwise, he can get into major trouble. So this means that Arjun might move to 7.5 if he wins this.
And Arjun has played with Artemiev. Arjun has also played with Magnus Carlsen. He is yet to meet Hans Niemann though.
Yeah, on the top board. And very quickly going back to Magnus's game, if we go to the top board, queen to d3 played. And
what were the last few moves?
So the last few moves were, we left it off here. Rook a3, f6, queen came back. I think somehow Sarana has managed to create certain complications, although Magnus is clearly better. But still, I like how the game is now super complex.
Okay, are you saying this is complex? That means black has some counter-attacking chances, but the engine is favoring white like anything.
Yeah, I think there's some tactics here, Amruta. If you play bishop e6,
knight c5, I think it's just
very strong. Also, a6 attacking here is very strong.
Okay. So you are a winning material.
So d5 pawn is hanging, and now rook c7 played.
Still, you can go knight c5, right? Because the best part is...
But why can't I just take here? If I take here, does he want to take d? No, but then d6 is hanging.
Actually, it's a good move. Rook takes d5 is incoming.
Yeah, it's completely better for Magnus.
Actually, Magnus is crushing it, Sagar.
Yeah, he's winning here. Next move, knight to c5. Totally better here for Magnus Carlsen. Should we go to board 2?
Yeah, we need to check if it is a draw or if Hans has got any initiative over there.
Well, right now, e takes f6. This happened.
No, it's dissolved now. Nice tactic. Bishop f2. He gave the e4 pawn. Got f2 in return. Okay, this is ending in a draw. So no doubt. So we are, and Magnus is winning. So next game, Magnus versus Hans. We are looking at that.
Could very much be possible. And meanwhile, Amruta, a very quick look at what is happening in the top board of the women's section. We have Humpy versus Zhu Jinner. I feel worried for Humpy's position here because you see, Zhu Jinner has 2 bishops. It's very difficult to play against these 2 bishops.
But I think it's fine because the king and everything is placed very well, and the bishop on c5 stays there. a5 is a nice move. Humpy will defend this, Sagar. Only thing, she has to take care of her time. She should not go too much low on the time.
Yeah, this is looking good for Zhu Jinner slightly, but could be a draw. Meanwhile, Alexandra Goryachkina with the black pieces is attacking massively against Afruza. It seems like black is going to crush through with the attack. So, Amruta, maybe Goryachkina will join the leaders.
Yeah.
And
And
maybe
what about
even
third board?
Le Chingyue is clearly better against Nino Patsiashvili.
So she will also climb up.
Yeah. Okay, Amruta, going back to the open section, Magnus Carlsen's opponent might just resign here, Alexei Sarana. So what
rook
happened
d5
was
happened.
knight c5, a5 was played.
And now knight. Oh yes, you were so right. A resignation there. Magnus Carlsen
e7.
beats Alexei Sarana with a very nice game.
Yeah, very smooth game. And that means Magnus is back on track. 8 out of 10 for him. And very close to the leaders. Going to board 2, Amruta. Here.
This is a draw. Let's not even.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this a draw? Because look at this. The b7 pawn is hanging. I have a majority on the king side.
Okay, right now what are you going to play? King g3. Then I'll go rook e4. Rook b7. There is rook e3 check.
But why can't I go king e3?
Then I'll go rook h4.
But
and it's a race. Rook takes b7. Rook h2 or rook h3 check first. I'm not
But
sure.
I'll just go up if you check me. And now
then rook h2
slowly.
because g pawn will push it. No, Sagar, rook h3 could be a nice move, no? Intermezzo.
By the way, Amruta, we have a small insight that board number 5 between Arjun Erigaisi and Sam Savian is going to end here. Because Arjun, after we left it off here, Sam played queen d3, queen c4. He took the pawn. Arjun was happy to push forward. Rook g3 and now c6 played. Rook d8.
Look at that bishop on c8, Sagar. I mean, we have been talking about that, but this one seems like an absolute disaster for him.
Yeah, this is totally.
Like you can even, push it slightly behind and ask it to get out of the board.
But Amruta, can we take this pawn on f5? Then black gets the counterplay that
d2.
he's desiring, and this is something that shouldn't be done. So very carefully, I think Arjun should play. He played queen c5. That's a great move. He's threatening e7, and it could very well be that Sam Savian here resigns the game.
No, wait. If queen takes h3, there is e7. Finish. You have nothing. If e3, he played e3, by the way.
Oh, he did play e3. Okay.
Yeah. Because you have to go rook e2, which he played as well.
Yeah, and now e7 is a massive threat.
Wow.
And by the way, we have a new update for you that MVL and Gukesh has ended in a draw.
Got it.
So that's a good result for, I think, both the players.
Yeah, I think Gukesh plays knight off with MVL and MVL has to bring his best line forward because MVL plays a lot of knight off. So Gukesh will play the same line against him next time.
Yeah. Can we
Okay,
go
B6,
back to
he
the Arjun
played
game,
B6
board
again.
5? Did he play B? He played here B6, Queen E5. And once again here, just down to last few seconds, he makes his move.
Maybe
Bishop takes pawn.
Finally giving up the piece at least makes some sense because you survive a bit longer. But also, you do have 2 pawns, Sagar, in return.
Yeah, but both the pawns are weak.
No, but even h3 is hanging. So...
But this is not so good position because c7 is hanging, f5 is hanging, and this is over. He did take queen h3, Amruta, you were right.
But there is no threat yet.
You can take on f5, you can take on c7.
Yeah.
So Arjun on course to
Maybe
winning.
We can wait a few moments because it is going to get over right now. And would be nice to see the finish here.
Okay, but Arjun, he plays the move bishop f5 and Sam Savian played queen h5.
There is a pin over there. Can you not simply... e2 is also hanging.
Yes.
Queen c7. I still like the move because queen e2, queen d8 check.
Yes, that's a mate.
Yeah.
Correct.
So Arjun played queen takes g3.
Yeah, he took the rook, queen takes e2.
Now he will take... Oh no, he is going for the checkmate.
Oh.
Queen g6.
And this is over, Amruta.
Yeah.
How should we finish this off is the question now.
We're seeing it over here already. With
check,
queen h7 check.
King f8.
Bishop g4, He'll just simply take the queen.
No, he played bishop d3 check. and resignation there. Arjun Erigaisi wins. He moves to 7.5 points, half a point behind Magnus right now. Should we go to board number 3, Amruta? Nodirbek versus Yaz Khan.
Oh, now this
A
is a very
very
important.
crazy game right now is going on. Yaz seems to have been... Oh, they repeated or what?
Oh yeah, it's a draw.
Oh, they repeated in this
I think because
position.
the insane time trouble over here. Look at it, 17 seconds for Yaz.
And the interesting thing to note is that the final position where they agreed to a draw was better for Yaz Khan Erdogmus.
Oh really?
He should have continued here with something like Bishop D7, Rook E7, Rook E8, and he would be better. But it's tough to play this way.
Yeah, I think also this was very tough to assess because, for a long time he was in trouble. And this happens very much when you are playing against a player like Nodirbek. You sometimes trust your opponent.
True, true. Yeah,
But okay,
Nodirbek
both are
plays his
attacking.
Nodirbek plays his moves with so much confidence, Amruta, that it's difficult to sometimes play against him. Another result here on board 2, Vladislav Artemiev and Hans Niemann have agreed to a draw, which means that now we have Magnus, Hans, Vladislav, 3 leaders on 8 points.
And following them is Arjun on 7.5.
Arjun, Nodirbek, Yaz Khan. Yeah, these are the players who are on 7.5.
But the question will be, first they will say Magnus versus Hans. So Artemiev will down float and he will play one of the 7.5 guys.
Yes.
And then the rest of the 2 will play each other.
Yes, correct. Should we go to board 7? A game between Alexander Shimanov, who has been the find of the tournament, or you can say the player of the tournament here, beating Caruana, Anish Giri, and played a good game against Hans. He's now putting pressure on Javokir.
Oh my God, H5 he played.
Yeah, the point was, if you take here, Amruta, I go Rook H4 and mate you. And there is no check for you to save that. Insane. So he goes King H7, but nevertheless, can you not play Rook H4? G5. Yeah, Rook H4, G5. So you go Rook G5. Completely bottle up. Okay, that's a nice move and there. Look at this, Rook G5, and everything is crammed up. I can't move the Rook on F8 because F7 will be lost. My Queen on H6 can go to G7 though, Sagar. You can go here and I will go Queen E7. I'll keep the queens. I'll try to keep it as... But he went Queen E7 directly. He played Queen E7 and now isn't G takes H5 possible? He can take the pawn here. Yeah, I think he will take, and then maybe Shimanov wants to go Rook G5. Guys, what do you think? Will Javokir Sindarov save this position or will Shimanov win it? It is both down to last few seconds. He goes King G8. Javokir can even win this, Sagar, if at all his queen gets active. Oh, they are repeating. It's going to be a draw. Shimanov has been, I think, streaming a lot, and maybe that has helped him to become a better player. Well, I think Shimanov, it's all in Shimanov's hands now. Does he want to play for a win? Does he want to make a draw? Because Javokir is ready. You are playing against the best player, and I think he will agree for a draw. With 20 seconds on the clock, your decisions are different. Okay, he's not making his move. I think he'll agree to a draw. Will he have to call the arbiter here or? Well, he has to, but yeah, he shakes his head and he's like, let it be. I don't want to try. And he agrees to a draw there. And let's quickly check, Amruta, one more board that's going on. Lenier Dominguez versus Rauf Mamedov. And this one was really better for Lenier, but now is heading towards a draw. Yeah, this is it. But wait a second. Queen C3 has been played. He's thinking, because you cannot take the queens. It is a lost king pawn endgame. But you can come back with your king. And now if you wait here, now I can take, and my king is close enough. So actually, okay, he went king F3. Rauf has to still be careful because Dominguez has an extra pawn.
Actually, I don't believe it's a draw, you know.
Ah,
Practically, Dominguez will win this game.
wow. Okay.
Because it's a queen in game, and you know the best advantage here is you can give a lot of checks and gain some time and then think of a plan
And
to put
Amruta,
pressure.
a big news here. Alireza Firuza is in trouble against an IM. Gihan Meng is pressing an extra pawn against Alireza. Maybe a draw, but
Yeah,
still.
Nireza will not lose this for sure. But yeah, it's insane that he's in trouble. Sometimes this does happen in World Rapid and Blitz. We have seen so many people having a bad tournament and it's more like a collapse. But then they perform very differently in the next World Blitz, like which is gonna happen
Yeah.
from tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. And meanwhile, Levon
Yeah.
Aronian, who has not been having a best of events, is actually now back in this one. He
And
was, maybe the position was equal, but look at this. He brought his rooks on the 7th rank and managed to take it and save this. So Levon will beat Abhimanyu Puranik.
And Sagar, could we have a look at Pragnananda's game over there? Because
Yes, Pragg
he's
is
the
on.
Candidatean here. Anish is the Candidatean. So, you know, they are already looking at being the World Championship challenger. But can they win the World Rapid Championship?
So Pragnananda is equal against Rudik Makarian here. The game very likely will end in a draw.
So he's not having a great tournament for himself. But
it's the same for Anish Giri. Anish here is also trying to press, but I think this one will end in a draw.
you know, all the Candidateans, they are like, okay, we will perform at candidates.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's not an easy tournament. I think it's a really momentum-based tournament. Oh, he's made a blunder and Anish is winning.
Big blunder.
Because you can see here, he went king f4.
Check.
He had to come rook c1 or rook c2 to check from the f file, but he checks from here, king f5, and now all of a sudden, Anish can take the pawn and his g pawn will convert.
Man, that is such a golden blessing for Anish Giri right now, which was ending in a draw, like dead draw and sudden twist in the plot.
G6, and he's completely winning here. G7.
So Anish will move to what, 7 points, yeah?
Yeah, 7 points, and within the striking distance of the leaders are on 8 points. And Amruta, meanwhile,
so basically all the top boards are finished.
And also, I think there's one board, Leon Mendonça versus Shant Sargsyan, a very interesting king and pawn endgame here. But I think he's winning because
it's a nice technical win. You bring your king to, you can go king f2, king e4, king e2.
he plays, oh, he gives up a pawn. Very cool, very cool. E4, and now he'll win this. And with this, Leon will beat Shant Sargsyan.
Actually, Leon is having a good tournament. The first round he drew with Levon Aronian, and he's been gaining some rating. He's doing pretty well here. He has been the former winner of Tata Steel Challengers in Netherlands. And yeah.
So this is winning. And Amruta, very quickly going to the women's section, I wanted to share with top board, Humpy and Zhu Jinner have drawn. So they both moved to 7 out of 9. Goryachkina won her game with Afruza, which means that Goryachkina moves also to 7. Le Tingye beat Nino Batsiashvili, so she also moves to 7.
I thought 8, no? Wait.
No, it's they played one less round.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. And then Harika lost her game to Bat Erdin Mungunzul. So the player from Mongolia, Mungunzul, is also on 7 out of 9. Wow.
This is very, very open over here. So
anything can happen.
What happened to Divya Deshmukh, who is the current World Cup winner in women's?
She's still playing, Amruta, against Gunay Mamadzada. And this one is looking very intense.
Oh, Mamadzada. If I remember, Sagar, Mamadzada had beaten you in Dubai, yes?
Yeah, she's a very strong player and she had beaten me. And it was at that point I realized she was an amazing talent.
And also Vaishali, what happened to her? Because she is another Candidatean we have over here. In fact, all the Candidateans are playing in women's section who are from India.
Yeah,
Hampi, Vaishali, and Divya.
correct. And right now, Vaishali is still playing.
Vaishali is slightly better over here because she's a pawn up.
Aha. So she is playing Amina Kaiberkova, and this is the position right now.
You know, there were two more interesting results which happened in the open section. Nihal Sarin drew his game against Ediz Gurel from Turkey, another talent, and Pranav Anand drew his game with Grishchuk. So, yeah. This is a nice tournament, which is an open tournament. So many players who are upcoming players, strong talents, youngsters, get a chance to play the legends. I think that's the best thing about this tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. And right now, this game is going on. Amruta with Vaishali still playing on. We also have Anna Muzichuk, who's winning her game against Gulrukh Begim Tokur here. That's a good result for Anna. And
Because
going,
for women's, I think the candidates will technically get finalized after these two events, right?
Yes.
For Anna and
no, there are many players in the running actually. Even Harika has a chance there. So many players. Meanwhile,
oh,
Dominguez, Amruta, look
that
at
was
this.
a nice queen endgame. Okay.
He's winning now.
As
Dominguez.
we predicted, queen endgames, extra pawn, lot of checks, and perfect chess is almost close to impossible for anyone.
So check coming in, and I think Rauf Mamedov, who played so well, might have to resign here because if you take here King H4, because you don't want to go to G4, there is a queen check. So King H4. Next up, I give you a check. My pawn is running through. I'm winning.
No, but pawn can't run through like that, Sagar. There will be perpetual, right? So blacks, I mean, yes, you're winning, but still, what is the best way for black to get into the perpetual situation over here?
Not sure.
Like, what does
Mamedov has
engine say? Which are the best moves for black?
Mamedov has 1 minute, Amruta, to figure this out. There's not much way he can play here. Like for example, if he takes the e pawn, check. King here, it's a mate. King h7 is g6 check, and even this king and pawn endgame, the pawn just queens, so you can't even take that. And once you can't take this, if you go here, I have check and I trade queens and I missed make a queen.
But you know, that means that Dominguez can actually move to 7.5 as well.
Yes, he's going to move to 7.5.
The final moments. Normally, the rounds over here never can start on time because some games keep going on and on.
Yes, and by the way, he gave a check.
Yeah, he's gaining
From
time.
where?
Queen f6. Queen d1 happened. King g4, queen d1, king h4, something like that.
Check here, queen d1. But now check, and it's game over, guys. Check, king h7, and now
G6.
not g6.
No?
Because g6, king h6, there's no win.
What? G7?
G7, king h7.
I can't believe there's no win. Queen f7.
Yeah, but now I start
And
checking
I
you.
go king e7. No, I will find a shelter. You have double pawns. Surprising. Okay, but we'll focus on he gives some checks.
No, for sure.
Gains
Here.
a lot of time and
Check, king here.
look at this. With another checks, he gains a pawn without wasting a tempo there. Very cool.
And so take, check, 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 takes.
Very
and
cool.
He's doing it in style here.
Yeah, Dominguez has been performing quite consistently, even in the Global Chess League, even over here right now. He is somebody to not underestimate, Sagar.
No, for sure. You can't underestimate him at all. He's an amazing player. And Amruta, after this round, I have a feeling that the open tournament also super open now with 3 leaders on 8 points, Magnus, Artemiev, Niemann, and then quite a few players on 7.5 following them.
So the last 3 rounds will be left, and they say that whoever wins all 3 rounds are definitely amongst the top 3
No, Amruta, if they win all 3, whoever is right now at even
champions.
7 points or 7.5.
You need to be 7.5, yeah.
No, if you are 7.5 and you win 3,
Three.
you will win gold. I think 10.5 is a winning score unless someone goes really crazy and scores 11. But I think even players who are on 7 points right now, which is 1 point behind the leader, if they win 3 games, they have an outside shot
Do you think
to get a
Magnus
medal.
can go crazy and go for 11?
Oh, for sure. The next round is definitely going to be a super important one as Magnus Carlsen will take on Hans Niemann. So all of you here can join in the commentary. We'll make it very exciting for you to follow. So I think it will start in roughly 15-20 minutes from now.
Yeah, only if nobody is playing the rook bishop versus rook and 2 knights versus the king and so on.
Okay, Dominguez is making it a bit complicated for himself to win this.
Not really, because look, queen g2 check, you have king h5. King g7, you go
No, but
check,
what is
check
it?
on
Like, for
d7.
example, I go here.
Oh, he goes queen d1 check. He stops king h5 because otherwise he gets shelter on, yeah.
Could run away
So
potentially.
he gave a shelter with queen f3 here. Nice move. Play
Check.
queen f3.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, this pawn is further advanced, so it is more dangerous. But black also has a passer.
But, you know, nobody cares about that because the one who queens first is gonna checkmate. You have no time with the two queens.
And the problem is I don't only have this, I also have the G pawn.
A big yellow g6.
And I'm going to mate you there. So, yeah.
So, yeah, g6 should be closing it cleanly after queen c2. So,
by the way, I have
final
news for you that Jan Nepomniachtchi is drawing his game against Denis Lazovic. That's not good news for Nepo. It reduces his chances to finish in top 3.
No, so many of the absolute top players, experienced players, could not have a very good tournament. Be it Levon, be it Duda, who is actually now not even playing the tournament anymore. Jobawa, I think a lot, Sagar, Ali Reza, a lot of people. Pragnananda himself.
And there you have Lanier wins this game. And now he moves to 7.5 points. A great play by him. And there are a few more games going on. I want to go to Faustino Oro, who's playing against Daniel Darda. Faustino is on 5 points out of now 9 in this tournament. And he has draws against Mamedyarov, Dominguez. And he has beaten Evgeny Nair, draws with Keimer and Haik Martirosyan. So good performance by Faustino.
Wow, that's brilliant for
He's
this
just
guy.
12 years old.
No, it is too good. 12 years. I think one of the youngest we have, Roman, who is just 10 years old. And I'm not yet sure if there is anybody much younger than, yeah, there we have Levon's wife, Annie, and Holly. Hi, guys. Would you like to say hi over here and join us for a minute?
There's a chair there. Hello. We have Annie here joining us. Hello, Annie. How are you doing? How is Qatar and how is Doha for you? You need to come a bit closer to the mic.
Yes. So that she
Yes.
can become.
Okay, because it's
She cannot, yeah. Come and sit here. Just be careful.
Some technical issues, sorry. How are you? We are
Okay.
I'm very good. I love Doha. I love Qatar. My daughter decided that she wants to stay here because there are many playgrounds for kids. So now apparently we're moving to Doha,
really?
according to Isabel.
Ah,
According to Zabel.
She's moving.
Wow. I thought she was also considering South Africa because there were a lot of lions and
Yes.
tigers,
Yeah,
but she
definitely.
changed her mind now.
Yeah, I think everywhere we go, she finds a home there.
So wonderful, Annie. And how are you doing here? How are you finding this whole thing? Levon is, maybe not playing up to his best, but how is he taking the whole thing?
I think Levon is pretty relaxed after the successful year and successful tournaments because he has been doing great during freestyle, and I think he's very relaxed and he's taking it easy, but also I think he's very tired after the whole tension of the year. Also in South Africa, after the tournament, we went to safari.
Wow.
So in the safari, we stayed for 7 days, and every night we were waking up at 4:30 in the morning,
Wow.
going to see different animals, and then again doing that in the day. So I think he's very tired of sleepless nights. So, but it's good for him as well because he could have some vacation finally, because we don't manage to, stop playing chess for even 3 days, and now we managed to have a proper vacation. So we don't mind it if he's playing not his best, but he better does.
And also the thing is, there's one more tournament coming up from tomorrow. So that's also interesting. If this tournament doesn't go well, you have a new tournament.
Yeah.
That's the World Blitz Championship.
Yeah, I think it's psychologically also is good because once one tournament is over and it's a kind of the same tournament, but it's called differently. It's a new start so I'm hoping that he will do better in the Blitz tournament. Because when he has success, everyone says thanks to me, it is like that. But when he doesn't have success, it's again my fault,
Yes.
That's
Annie,
why.
what did you do? Annie.
Yeah, like, is he sad? Did you fight or, And I'm like, no, we didn't. Levon, you played better.
Oh, I always love, how her sense of humor is. Her and Levon's, they have this amazing, very different sense of humor. They keep bluffing and, teasing us as well. And he loves to go for walks. So I hope from tomorrow he will have a great tournament. But also today, he plays his best.
He won his game right now. He did beat Abhimanyu Puranik. So maybe a good finish here would be nice at the
Yeah.
last.
Do you think there is still hope?
I think he is currently on 6.5 points. Or I was just checking.
Yeah, because those who
around
reach
here now,
around
he's on
9
6. So maybe I don't think a medal chance, but a top 10 finish could be possible. He's already won 3 games in a row.
Okay.
And for that, he might need to do a hat trick. And that is 3 out of 3 in the remaining rounds.
Yeah.
Which is possible. And he finally, you've been to so many countries back to back. How do you find like Qatar for yourself, and this playing hall, this venue, also a little bit of the city? Were you able to see?
Yeah, I think it is so much better than I had as my expectations, because I've never been here. It's my first time, and it's so developed, so nice, and the weather is perfect, because I thought it's going to be hot, but it's not, and it's not super humid right now, so we feel amazing. It's the best place to be during the New Year's. And as I said, like the whole structure of the city, we went sightseeing. We went yesterday to Oli Oli Museum, which is for kids a very good museum.
Wow.
After which Isabel decided to move here. And we have been to this cultural village. We went sightseeing. It's very beautiful, and I really enjoy it here. And I would definitely be back if there is another chance.
Wow. That's so cool.
Yeah, everybody is loving this place for sure. And the weather, it has been amazing.
Yeah.
Right. And guys, you must know that Annie is not just a wonderful partner, but also a very, very good singer. And her new album is going to come out next year. Yes?
Yes. That is also partnership with Holly. Holly is my manager, and we're planning on releasing a new album. And I cannot talk a lot about this, but she has been such a big support, and we have done the recordings in Weissenhaus Records.
Oh, wow.
And we're going to release it next year, and we are keeping our fingers crossed for being signed by major companies.
So
Wow.
one final question is that if there is a concert of yours and if Levon has an important tournament, where will Zabel go?
Of course, my concert. It's much more interesting, let's be honest.
Yeah,
And
let's
it's
be
much more
honest.
fun. I think you would also choose
I
my
agree with
concert.
I agree with you, Annie.
I think Levon would choose my concert as well. He might skip his tournament to be on my concert.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you so much, Annie, for coming here
Thank you.
and for being part of this broadcast. And guys, can we have a round of applause for Annie
Thank you
here?
very much. You're doing
Thank
a
you
great
so much.
job, and I love this zone so much. It's always fun to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go on a break now. No?
Yes, we will plan to take a very short break. There are a few games still going on, like for example, Radoslav Wojtaszek has a completely winning position against Ihor Samunenko. So we'll keep the board here for you to watch, and then we will be back with the next round with lot of action coming your way. So please don't go away anywhere. It will start in roughly 20 minutes or so. Welcome back, everyone. Now we are going to start the 11th round of the FIDE World Rapid Championship in the Open and 10th round in the women's section. And I decided to come a bit early because this is the clash that everyone's waiting for. It's Magnus Carlsen versus Hans Niemann on the top board, and both are leading the tournament along with Artemiev on 8 points out of 10. So that's super exciting for all of us. I think it'll be, maybe one can say that it's also a championship decider kind of a game. The one who wins will have a huge chance to to move ahead. Magnus has the white pieces, Hans has black. So when more people join in, I'll ask you guys, whom are you rooting for? Would be interesting to know. And then on board number 2, we have Vladislav Artemiev taking on Lenier Dominguez. Two very solid players. My guess is that that game very likely should end in a draw. On board 3, we have Erdogmus, the young star from Turkey, taking on Arjun Erigaisi. And that will be another epic encounter because Arjun loves to play aggressive chess, and so does Erdogmus. And then we have Mamedyarov versus Abdusattorov, another crazy game going to happen on the 4th board. And then we have all the players on 7 points: Yu Yangi versus MVL, Sindarov versus Maksudlu, Wesley So versus Ray Robson, Gukesh versus Henriquez, Dubov versus Shimanov, Lazavic versus Anish Giri. So many players on 7 points there in the open section. Going to the women's section, we have already we also have many leaders there. We have 5 players on 7 points out of 9. We have Goryachkina, who takes on Mungunzul. Humpy takes on Leitingye. And Lagno, Zhu Jinner is on 7. She faces Katrina Lagno. Maria Muzichuk is on 6.5. We also have Anna Muzichuk on 6.5. And we have Stefanova, who's also on 6.5. And there's the young Indian girl Savita Shri, who's also on 6.5. Mary Arabidze is on 6.5. So the women's section is more intense than the open section. And let's see what are the views inside the playing hall. If we can try to see if any of the players have arrived. Maybe we can go full screen on the playing venue. But we can also have a look at few games that happened in the previous round, which were interesting. I'm actually very pumped up for the Magnus versus Hans Niemann game. Magnus with the white pieces will definitely have an edge. But Hans, well, he's been looking for a world title for quite some time. And this might be his big chance to show that he belongs there at the top and he's one of the best in the world. So this would be super exciting. Let's see what happens. And we have Dyson here. Tyson. Hello, Tyson. Are you, whom are you supporting in the battle between Magnus and Hans Niemann? Yeah, Magnus? Very cool. And you might want to also get an autograph from Magnus, yes, after the game. Let's hope that that happens, that you are able to get an autograph from him. Kyson is just 7 years old, very young. 8 years old, okay, sorry. 8 years old. And he's here. He's taken one of the front seats here to watch this match. What do you think will be Magnus's first move? E4? Okay. Tyson says E4 for Magnus. We'll see if that happens or not. The playing hall is absolutely stunning. We have people entering in here. And for all the viewers back home, I must say that if you are in and around Doha, Qatar, then do visit the tournament. It's happening at the Qatar University here. And yeah, it's an entirely amazing experience if you are watching it live from the playing hall in the fan zone. And we decided, me and Amruta decided that we'll travel here and do the commentary from the fan zone this time. So that's where we are. And if you are in the fan zone, you can also see the live footage of the players that is there. If you are online and if you are looking for live footages of the players, then maybe you can go to the FIDE YouTube channel, and there you can see it's also live on other websites and platforms. For me, in this tournament, some of the players who have done really well and come as a surprise to me are, for example, if you look at the top boards, you have Artemiev. I think Artemiev is no longer a surprise. He belongs right there. Magnus. Hans reaching here is a small surprise, I would say. He's doing really well. Arjun, not a surprise, but Erdogmus, this boy who's born in 2011, just 14 years old, 7.5 points. I think he is definitely someone to watch out for. He's an incredible talent that's there. Nadirbek Abdusattorov also on 7.5, not at all a surprise. And meanwhile, Amruta, Hans Niemann is on the board. He's like, I'm going to come early. I'm going to take this game very seriously.
Exactly, Sagar. We are all pumped up, exactly like how Hans is right now waiting for Magnus. I might guess Magnus might come a bit late, but last year, Sagar, do we remember the match?
Yeah, last year they played in World Blitz, Amruta, and they played the quarterfinals match with each other. It started with, I think, Magnus winning game 1. Then we had, or maybe was it Hans winning?
No, I don't think so. But I just remember that one moment where Magnus beat him, and he was like,
"Yes." No, he didn't do this. He took the white king and he plonked it on e4.
Yeah, that was the moment, and I believe Hans is looking at a revenge over here.
Yeah. And there you have Magnus arriving there, guys. Maybe we can have a round of applause for these two players, because we're going to follow this game very closely. And Magnus also kind of giving the respect to his opponent by not arriving too late. He's on time for this game.
Yeah, I think maybe Magnus, when he comes late, he doesn't decide he wants to be late, but he's busy doing something. And
yeah, but Amruta, sometimes when you come on time, it's like you're taking this game very seriously. Like, okay, this is super important for me. And Magnus and Hans handshake there,
Okay,
and the game begins. And Carlsen had said e4. Wow!
so
e4
cool.
on the board. Congratulations. And we want to ask our viewers here, whoever is here, guys, you can wave your hand if you are supporting Magnus Carlsen here. Okay. And those who are Hans Niemann supporters here, wow, we also have Hans fans here. Amazing to see. That's great.
Wow.
So we have almost good amount of representation here for both the players. And
what is very interesting about this fan zone is like these 8 to 10 boards which are happening. People are playing there, but they are listening to everything that is happening. So it's a nice one.
Right. And maybe
Okay,
Director Saab, can we have the chessboard here?
Bishop c4 has been played.
We have
opening has been solid, Sagar.
We can get the board for our viewers here. It is the Italian that's happening at this moment, and early days in the opening. And Magnus is castling here. And there we have the chessboard. Let me take it from the top. It was e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, castles, And this is the live board position that we have.
We also have a super chat saying supporting Magnus over here by Nep English.
Thank you. D6 played here by Hans and Amruta. It's a very solid opening. You can see almost it's symmetrical in almost all ways, except that white hasn't put the knight on c3 and puts the pawn there, which is often a very good thing for white because this pawn tends to dominate the black knight. You know, black cannot move the knight, and white is aiming for a central push with d4.
Wow. So this is going standard. The players are taking it slow. They have more than 15 minutes on the clock, Sagar. The question would be, is anyone going to out-prepare each other? Both of them don't like to prepare openings.
I'm pretty sure that now it's like Hans is well prepared. He's at 15 minutes, 20 seconds, and you can see him blitzing out his moves. He goes bishop a7 here. And
a4, maybe Magnus might go.
But Amruta, there is also a possibility to just push your pawn in the center with d4.
You know, whenever you play d4 with my bishop on c4, I must consider any tactical ideas with knight takes e4.
Oh,
and pawn fork.
That's such a nice point because take, knight takes e4 could be very, very dangerous here. Because if rook e4, there is d5.
Right. I mean, you must consider whether it's the best or not is the next thing, but you must not forget.
Knight bd2 was played, and now knight to e7 with the idea of putting the knight on g6.
And this knight is also going to the g3 square. They both want to be at the king side because the idea is to find a way to sacrifice. So for black, the knight wants to reach f4, and then a sacrifice on h3 would be a dream come true.
Right. And knight comes to g6. White also will put the knight on g3. And Amruta, if you think about it, if the pawn comes to c6 and then white plays a4, we have like rook e1, rook e8, bishop a2, h6. This is 100% symmetry. Wow. I don't think it will happen this way.
Then it's like a draw, yeah? In a way, it would be a draw.
No,
and both
not
of them
necessary.
Will be...
Not necessary. Amruta, by the way, Magnus plays bishop b3.
He's ready to shift it to c2 and maybe...
The idea which you were talking about, if the bishop is here, you can't play d4, but now with the bishop here, you can push d4.
Okay, he is preparing for it. I'm so excited, Sagar. I am having masala chai.
Oh, you are having masala chai here.
Yeah. How did I get masala chai? Do you have that question?
Yeah.
You know, I have the chai and there is masala on the board. So it's masala chai.
Wow. Amazing.
Chess masala from Kenya. Yes, absolutely.
C6, D4 on the board. Magnus does push his pawn to D4. And now a big question here. How will Hans react? And we have our director Saab getting creative here with all the different angles that we have of Hans and Magnus.
Wow. You know, the first thing Magnus has made a statement is, I have the center control. I am the owner of the center over here. How do you even challenge that? And I think, isn't it always considered the slight initiative for the one who gets the center control?
Yes, but Amruta, Hans is someone who is like, if you have the control, I'm going to strike back immediately. So guys, if black to play, what would be on your mind here as black to play? Yes, Carlsen. Pawn takes pawn, but then I take here, and what do you do next? What's your plan? If you make a good move here, I'll give you a small prize. You want to take this? But that's a free piece. I have my queen and knight supporting here. Yes. D5. Very cool. And if I push E5? Knight to e4. Well done. What's your name? Brian. Can we give a small prize to Brian for this wonderful idea that he came up with, which is pawn to d5 in the center?
Can we repeat the prizes?
I don't think he has won. That's okay. You didn't win today. Come. Every day you get a fresh chance to win. So congratulations for being very alert, Brian.
That's nice.
And a big shout out to Freedom, who has given these very special prizes
That
for
means they can
all of.
come every day, they can give a right answer. It is exciting. And Hans says, I am also going to challenge the center over there because
He plays d5, Amruta, and if I'm seeing it correctly, he's gotten up from his chair and he's moving around and he's like, Magnus, I have equalized now. Guys, I have a question for you. Isn't your head spinning with all the 4 pawns facing each other? It's like, can take here, take here, take here, take here. So many things can take each other.
it's like the maximum tension in life, Sagar. You know, getting yahan se bhi pressure hai, wahan se bhi pressure hai. How to face that?
Yeah, you have to slowly start and analyze, Amruta. Like
One
first,
by one,
pawn
step by
takes
step.
pawn, black takes the knight, knight takes e4.
Maybe
Okay.
we can have a bigger board over here because during analysis, this
Yeah,
will
maybe-
look very small.
Maybe we can have bigger board. And then if he takes pawn here, what do you think is a good move for black? Black to play here? Anyone? Pawn takes pawn, but then you will lose your pawn here in the center. So be careful. Yes. e4, very good. Pawn push to e4. And now the knight has to move. Let's say knight e5. And then pawn takes pawn, and black is even better. So Magnus says touching any of the pawns is not so good. So, you know, he's kind of building up the pressure and plays bishop to g5. Wow.
Ooh, so basically he's saying that the knight on f6, which was protecting the d5 pawn, is right now cannot be considered. You know, it's like absent. It's an illusion. So for black, he needs to take on e4.
But
Am I right?
Amruta, now if you take pawn takes pawn here, that would be a big error because I'll take knight takes pawn, and now your pawn in the center is weak.
And you know, I cannot take the knight. It would be a big blunder because of the... Oh, it's not a big blunder because there's queen d1.
Yeah.
But
Take,
after I move the
take.
knight, I lose the e4 pawn.
And that doesn't look good. So bishop g5 is a very tough move to meet. And Hans Niemann is at quite a intense moment in the game very early, Amruta.
That's true, but you know, the way he was walking after making his last move and having more time on the clock with 13 minutes, don't you think it's all planned for him? Like he's calculated?
No, Amruta, clearly after this move, he's now under pressure. Magnus seems to be looking confident. Yeah, Magnus is looking confident, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And you know, very interesting. Magnus is wearing a white shirt with the white pieces. Hans is wearing the black shirt with the black pieces.
That's great observation, Amruta. That's, yeah, it's as intense as it can get. By the way, taking the pawn on d4 would be not so great because of e5. And I'm pushing here, I'm pinning your knight.
And the only way to save your piece is
h6.
Counter attack. Exactly.
Right.
So whenever there is no direct defense, you have to consider counter attack.
And then take here and pawn takes. And in this ensuing position, I would give the advantage to white because the black king is weak.
Yes, much more than what the engine is giving though. So right now, you are absolutely right. This is a critical moment for Hans to find the best move. And can it be simple development, Sagar, with bishop e6? Oh no, d takes e5 even then.
Actually, the moves are tough here. In fact, Hans will have to really fight hard to find the best move. It is h6 here.
But then bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, and you are giving me the pawn on d5, yeah? Because removing the defender.
So h6, bishop takes, queen takes, and now pawn takes pawn. And you are planning to win a
He is
pawn.
about to make the best move, Sagar.
Really? Is he playing
Yeah,
h6?
he took his hand towards the H pawn and brought it back right now, just making sure that there is no blunders happening because of so many pins and so much tensions. Yeah.
Ooh. If he plays h6, we have to analyze this line. So h6, take here, pawn takes pawn. Because if you take on e5, I have knight e5 with a fine position. So you have to start with... Oh, by the way, I was just trying to finish this line. Knight takes, but you can't take it. f2 is hanging. Aha. So that's the problem. That's why you have to start with pawn takes pawn. And now this pawn is hanging. So you take here. And now when you take here, I take here.
And if I take on d5, there's rook d8 always.
And then
putting
you
more
lose
pressure.
your pawn. Wow. I mean, Amruta, if Han... Oh, he plays h6.
Yes. And
What a
bishop
move.
f6 on the board. So Hans making sure, like he used a lot of time, but did not make any mistake.
Not yet. So the position is still very intense now. Will Magnus take on d5? Taking on e5 is a mistake.
Tell me, Sagar, if he takes on d5 and all these exchanges happen, it's more like simplifying, right? Is it not going to fizzle out for white? Or is there any other way to, keep this tension going on?
So, Amruta, I think what will happen is they are playing for very small edge. So he takes on d5. Now Hans must take on d4. He takes it immediately. And the question is now what Magnus does. Because this moment, imagine that he can take with the knight. He can take with the pawn. He could potentially think about taking on c6, although that looks really bad because black will also take here.
Yeah, open his bishop, raise
And
it
look at
sharp.
that. Look at those bishops here.
No, that is deadly attack. We don't want to get into that.
So, big question. Do you take with the knight or the pawn?
Actually, I like to take with the knight.
And look at Magnus' intensity there, guys. You don't become the best player in the world just like that. You have to focus very intensely in a position. What do you think? Will he take with the pawn? Will he take with the knight? Big question here. Yes. You think he'll take with the pawn? Okay. Let's see if that happens. He hasn't yet played his move. It is on this moment here. And Amruta, while he's thinking, can we quickly check some other games?
I want to point your attention over here because, first of all, so many interesting pairings here. Mamedaro is having a slight edge with Abdu Sattarao. Arjun is doing fine with Yaz Khan. They have a solid opening. I believe it could even end in a draw. Too early to say.
They drew or what?
It feels like that. Let's do a very quick one, Sagar, so that we can go back to Magnus's game.
No, they are still playing. Yaz Khan versus Arjun is equal.
Artemiev is also doing like equal, I think.
Lanyard equal.
They will also end their game in a draw, I am guessing. But Mamedaro is pushing against Northerbek. And this one will get very exciting because both these players very aggressive. And there is an isolated pawn on the board.
Right. And then Yu Yangi versus MVL on board 5 looks slightly better for MVL. Chavokir versus Parham on board 6.
Wow, this is another exciting pairing there. But Maksudlu is taking on the advantage.
Yeah, black looks fine there in the game of Javokir and Parham. And Amrita, I want to draw our attention to the one board that has made me completely go crazy. That is the game between Alexandra Goryachkina and Bat Erdin Mungunzul from the women's section. And if you look at this game, Amrita, it's crazy because look at the opening. Black plays d6. Yes. No, Alexandra is from Russia and Bat Erdin Mungunzul is from Mongolia. Knight f6, knight c3, g6.
Oh, there is perk, Sagar, and whenever there is perk and modern, such attacks are provoked in general.
Knight to g5. What a move here by Alexandra. f6, queen f3, attacking the rook there.
Lot of hanging pieces in the board. Lot of
E6.
weak
What move?
squares.
Amrita, check this out. If I take here, guys, what do? Do you pick up the knight? Yeah? Mate
Started trying
in
to
one.
pull.
Queen F7. Checkmate. So can't take the knight. Knight h6. And then h4 on the board. And what a crazy game we are seeing on the first board of the women's section. We'll keep our eyes on this one. But let's head back to the big clash between Magnus and Hans. It seems like Hans has gone a bit wrong here. Okay, so we left it at h6, bishop f6, queen f6, pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. And we were expecting Magnus to take back with the pawn. And well done, guys. He did take back with the pawn. And Hans here, Amrita, instead of taking back on d5, which was the best move, went knight f4. And that's not a good move.
Oh, I mean, he rejected simplicity over here. And of course, Hans loves complexities. We know him so well, but he's ready for a sacrifice either on h3 or g2.
I think so. He's lining up his knight, bishop, and queen.
Okay, imagine if I take on c6 here, d takes c6. What?
D
It's a
takes
good
c6. He took it.
There is no knight h3 business.
No, and Magnus goes knight g3 and tells to Hans, prove your compensation, my friend. I don't know if he'll say friend, but prove your compensation here. Knight g3 is on the board.
Wow. Okay, what if he just simply develops the bishop or goes rook d8, with the idea of c5 and so on?
Rook d8 with the idea of c5 seems like a good plan, Amrita, but look at this. If rook to d8, I have rook c1, stopping these ideas of c5. If you play anyway c5, then I can go knight e4, attacking your queen and win the pawn. So it does start to feel that maybe Hans went wrong with that move knight to f4.
Yeah, I think he was quite emotional about those g2 and h3 pawns. But here he's exchanging an important piece there. That takes away his chances for the sacrifices on h3.
Right. And by the way, he plays bishop e6, Amrita. And think about it. If you take with the bishop here, I could potentially take back with the pawn, opening up the f file. And although black structure looks so ugly, now the threats of knight h3 and queen takes f3 become real.
And I cannot go knight e5. Let's ask a question to the chat and audience over here.
Guys, black to play a wonderful question here by Amrita. What do you play? Yes.
Yeah,
And
knight takes
pawn
h3.
takes.
Well done over there. Knight h3, g8.
Do we have a gift for him?
Yes, we do have a gift for him.
Well done. We have here a very cool gift. What's your name? Advait wins this. Well done, Advait. Good job. Knight takes h3. Thank you, guys. Queen f2, king h1, and you pick up the knight here. So bishop e6 is on the board. And Amrita, now Magnus is thinking for his move. Hans looks quite confident there. And by the way, people, you can see yourself there on the screen, but you are also online on ChessBase India. So if you just wave out, then everyone can see you. It's a vibrant crowd here in Qatar. It's not a holiday here. Sunday is not a holiday. So everyone's working, yet there are a lot of people who have turned up. Friday, that was the first day of the tournament, was a holiday, and we had a lot of people come there as well.
Oh, yes, exactly. Friday and Saturday. Actually, yeah, today is a working day for everyone, but we still have so many people over here. That just shows how much chess is being loved.
Yeah, I'm amazed here. And by the way, Magnus goes knight e4, and the first move that comes to my mind is, why not try to checkmate on g2 with queen g6? It looks like a great move.
Knight h4 and you defend. Oh, knight
Yes.
h3 check.
And yes, check.
King h2.
King h2.
And the queen. Where can it go?
And you're going to lose a piece, Amruta. So maybe instead of playing
Queen
this,
h7 was
knight
better, yeah.
h4 already gives white an advantage. So Hans, his best move, Amruta, is now to run back to d8, which is not a move you want to play.
Oh, queen d8. Because, with the knight on f4, it's not in the spirit of the game that the queen must go back. Also, then what is the compensation for the pawn? And it's not just for one pawn, Sagar. He has accepted two isolated pawns.
Yeah.
On a5, on c6. So this is really difficult situation for Hans Niemann.
He's a pawn down. He has weak pawns.
And Sagar, do you even realize that if Magnus beats Hans and the next two games, Dominguez, Artemiev, they draw, Magnus might even take the sole lead.
Wow.
Unbelievable that this guy manages to make such a comeback.
Even
again
after
and again.
losing yesterday. And that just shows, because after he lost, he's won 3 games in a row. And winning 3 games in a row at a tournament like World Rapid is super difficult.
Absolutely. And Sagar, for a moment, I want to take your attention to this game, which is Shimanov versus Dubov, because it seems Shimanov is already clearly better.
What? Shimanov is beating Dubov? Whoa! Look at this, guys. Alexander Shimanov is playing the tournament of his life after beating Caruana and Anish Giri yesterday. He's now beating Daniel Dubov. So what happened here? Yeah, he seems to have done a lot of practice. I agree. He seems to have, I think he just got a winning position out of the opening. Look at Shimanov's opening line. He played and he got this. Oh, he gave up his bishop, and what a move. Would you ever play this move? King to d7. Maybe we can try to have that big screen here, because we are looking at Shimanov versus Dubov game. Big board. King d7. I mean, Amruta, I am taking this in actually, because the king on d7 is rushing to c7. And I think that's a very pretty maneuver.
Yeah, but just try to go to the final position. Yeah, they had this.
He has outplayed. He has outplayed his.
And Dubov actually came in his luckiest t-shirt, sweatshirt.
Balenciaga, yeah?
Yes, exactly. But it seems it's not working for him yet.
No, not at all. This is game over. After taking here, the rook swings over, attacks the pawn on g3, and it's completely winning. That's a great call, Amruta. You were able to spot a very interesting game that was going on in the top 10 boards here.
Yeah, now we can go back to Magnus's board and see what's happened.
Hans Niemann has found the move queen d8. So Hans is saying to Magnus, I know I'm worse, but in order to beat me, you will have to play your best chess. There's no other way. Queen d8 and rook c1 played by Magnus. Magnus making all the simple, strong moves, Amruta. And bishop takes bishop. Do you take back with the pawn or with the queen?
Of course, you want double pawns on the open file, Sagar?
Yeah.
I mean, is that a question? If that's a good move, I would, yeah, he doesn't go for it. Queen b3, much more natural.
Not yet played, Amruta. It's
no,
still.
He played.
Did he play?
Yep.
Okay, queen b3. And Hans could now place queen to d5. But instead, he goes for rook b8. He makes the move rook to b8, getting activity down the b file, putting pressure on b2. Five minutes for Hans Niemann, 6 minutes for Magnus Carlsen. And Amruta, now you need to defend your b2 pawn. So you can go queen c2, You can go queen c3. You can go maybe queen a4 is not a great move
Rook
because
b4.
of
No?
not just rook b2, but what's a good move here for black?
No, I said rook b4.
Rook b4 is possible, but what's a better move?
Oh.
Bishop takes d4. Yes.
Oh.
Guys,
Knight-
did you miss it? There is a
Yes.
fork lurking here. Knight d3, well spotted.
Wow. Okay, maybe we can have also the audience in the on the screen for a while, and Magnus and Hans.
They are there.
No, this is live stream, no?
Yes.
Here they're not here.
They are not here. They
Yeah.
can
For a like they can see between.
they can see themselves. But
also.
okay.
No. We
Queen,
can have the main board, and then on the side we can have same.
but it's
similar
okay.
things.
Right now we can follow the game. Queen e3, Amruta. And the
Queen
knight goes back and attacks the pawn here. And now attacks b2 as well.
But the advantage is drastically reduced for Magnus.
No,
so
it's still the same.
earlier it was much more, no?
No, Hans has kept it under control. I think, yeah, you are right. Maybe
No,
here
A takes B. I think you had asked a question
queen
somewhere.
c3 would have been much more of an advantage for Magnus than queen e3. But that's okay. I mean, he played here and b3 played. Oh, is Hans getting back his pawn?
How? Knight d4, bishop d4.
Yeah, knight d4, queen d4 even. Takes. You lose your c6 pawn. Oh.
Okay, but then you have a bishop. You can hold that.
Or maybe, Amruta, why not start with
Yeah.
bishop takes d4 and then play your pawn to c5 if you get a chance?
Yeah, that's good. Okay, can we go back and look at knight takes d4? Do I need to take back with the knight and exchange the pieces, or
No.
can I go with knight e5? There is disco.
Knight e5. Wow, what a
Knight
move.
c2, knight c6. So lot of
No, you
problems.
can't play knight c2. You will lose this.
Knight e1, rook e1. Yeah, 2 pieces for a rook. a7 is not protected.
But, okay, many possibilities here as Hans Niemann comes down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And Magnus has 5.5 minutes. It looks like Hans is very close to getting that half a point.
I think so. I mean, for Magnus, he has 5 minutes on the clock. Hans is down to 3 minutes. If at all they land in extreme time pressure and Magnus will have slight initiative, maybe some chances.
Yeah, this is Hans plays pawn to a4.
I was going to ask about that, Sagar. It looks so natural to break the structure. It's a very thematic move. Your rook enters the 7th rank, and that's what he goes for.
I mean, I can't believe that he didn't pick up this d4 pawn, which was there for him to take.
He's like, take all the material, and he doesn't even want it back.
And now, you know what, Magnus has a very cool move. Maybe you can think about it. What would you play here as white? Yes. Yeah, that's one of the best moves to take. But what could be another move that is trying to hang on to your extra pawn? Knight c5. Okay, that's an interesting move. Knight to c5. But then I take, and perhaps these two pawns are a bit too weak. Although a great suggestion, knight c5. Sorry. Knight to e5, but then you might lose this with the bishop. And Magnus, has he made his move? No, he's thinking. He has 4 minutes on the clock. And there's this very cool move. Rook to c4. Defending the pawn. And after pawn takes pawn, he just takes back. And he says, now, Hans, you are not getting the extra pawn.
Okay, can I continue with queen b6? So attacking the b3 guy. Still having pressure. Oh my god, it is such a huge blunder.
Because you know what? The rook is not just looking here, it's also looking here.
No.
And think about it. Boom, check.
Wow, that should have been the question, Sagar. A very cool question.
Takes, and Amruta d5 next and rook g4 mate.
I can't believe this sacrifice. And you know, you can absolutely miss it because your attention could be on the queen side.
But in the game, Rook takes c6, just like Satya there said. It's on the board. Rook takes c6. Let's see if now Hans takes this pawn or not,
I mean,
Amruta.
if not now, then it's gone chance, Sagar,
He
forever.
took it. He took it. And Magnus finds another amazing move. Rook d6. Wow. Incredible move.
Isn't he winning material now?
No, but Hans has this in-between check. Queen takes and queen a5.
Still, Magnus is a pawn up with a beautiful knight in the center. Rook on d6. Anytime those knight f6 and rook h6 ideas still exist,
Yes.
it's a lot of tension for black.
Well, black is hoping to get the counterplay that he would want for the missing pawn, but I do get the sense that the black king is also weak now, Amruta.
You know, I wanted to consider rook takes h6, g takes h6, knight f6, but after king g7, knight h5 check.
Well,
nothing
Amruta
much
getting into
happening.
Mikhail Tal mode here.
No, wait, can we
Maybe
look at that variation?
it will happen. Something like this could potentially happen here. Like, for example, let's say queen b4.
Queen b4, I'm happy because the fifth rank Sagar f5 square you were controlling was important.
What's happening on f5?
I thought rook h6, can we check once?
Yes, now it works. Takes,
Exactly.
takes.
Knight f6
Check.
check.
King here.
Knight h5.
Check.
King h7, queen f5.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's important, king h8. So queen on a5 was important. That's why it did not work earlier.
Wow, Amruta, you become very strong here.
Yeah, for a
Rook
moment I did.
e8 played here on the board.
Maybe we can have both side angles simple.
Yeah, let's have the normal view here with Magnus, but this looks really nice because you can see both of them completely zoned in.
No, but Magnus keeps moving. So
Yeah, there we
this is
have
the perfect one.
Rook b e8. And I can tell you, it's like so close to the game ending in a draw, but it's also so close to Hans blundering and losing this. Rook d7. It's like, I don't know what will happen. It's a thriller here.
Okay, what is the guess? How many people think Magnus is going to beat Hans over here?
Yeah, that's a good question. Oh, and
yeah.
draw?
Very few people think it's a draw. And what about Hans beating Magnus here?
Wow, we have a few hands, but that's really wishful thinking. Bishop b8, a small inaccuracy there by Hans because the bishop was on a great diagonal there. But instead, he played bishop b8 and another amazing move by Magnus, g3. Because with this, you block the bishop, you make a square for the king to come on g2, and you will play h4. These little moves are always so difficult to play, but Magnus does them really well.
And just I want to mention one news coming in that Nihal Sarin has won his game.
Oh, wow.
Against Dudin Gleb.
Nice.
And Dubov is still completely losing.
Dubov is losing. Amruta, the world champion Gukesh is in trouble against Cristobal Henriquez. So that's actually also not some great news.
And Arjun versus
the fans of Gukesh, yes.
Arjun versus Yaz is going very complex, still going on.
Very
it's gonna
complicated.
take a lot of time. Artime versus Dominguez have been a draw.
Oh, by the way, knight d6. Magnus puts his knight on d6. He could have defended the knight here with the rook, but instead he said, I want to trade. And I think Hans should just grab this opportunity and snatch the knight.
And you know what Magnus is looking at? At queen endgames with the extra b pawn.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a very good point, Amruta. If in this position, you were given an option to remove some pieces, you would definitely choose to remove the rooks out. Because the queen endgame is a very easy win for white.
No, not for white, Sagar. For Magnus Carlsen. He is an expert in queen endgames.
Right. Magnus is known for his queen endgames. But even like for someone else, that should be the right strategy here.
Absolutely. So knight d6, I think Hans knows that Magnus is so good at major piece endgames. But that's his best chance. He plays it actually. Bishop takes d6 on the board.
Oh,
Rook 1 d6 captured back.
Wow.
Okay. And that extra pawn is going to be like a slow poison for Hans Niemann.
My sense my chess sense tells me, Amruta, that objectively this should be a draw.
No, if you want to be objective, then the bar is saying that white is clearly better.
No, it's better, but it's closer to a draw, I feel, than a white win.
We have almost 5,000 people watching online. Guys, what do you also think over here? Because
yeah,
oh
by
yeah,
time,
we
Magnus
forgot about
has
that.
2 extra minutes. That's true. That's true. But I don't think it matters so much. Yeah, the position is simplified enough for Hans to play with a 10-second increment per move.
So are you going to put your house on stake, Sagar, if Magnus beats Hans?
I think it might be a bit too much to bet it against Magnus here. He's so good at converting small edges.
You do fear Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, for sure. Rook b4 played here.
Okay, let's try to think of the best moves with white pieces.
I know what is on his mind. He wants to play queen e4, trade the queens and go into double rook endgame.
That might be a great chance, but rook d8. Oh, he's also exchanging a rook. Maybe, Sagar, if it ends in even a single rook endgame, we know that this b pawn is winning for white. Theoretically, in books, it's winning. If it was the a pawn, that was a problem. No?
I think both are a draw. It depends
no, b pawn is winning, right?
Not really. For example, if I do this, you take here, and take this. This is, I think...
because your rook is behind a passer now. Rook d1, rook b1. Or rook...
Yeah, if you can get that, Amruta, rook d1, rook
but you
d1.
are getting. That's why.
Maybe that's an...
No, not rook d1.
But it's quite passive and behind. So maybe...
Okay, rook d1 is not working. Yeah, rook.
He plays it. It's queen e4 on the board. We are going into a rook endgame, guys.
Magnus will show how to win, Sagar. He knows it the best. Queen e4. He takes the queen. Rook takes e4. Maybe one of the rook is going to come to b file.
And guys, because we haven't been able to see all the games, we will not take a break in this one and we will go through the other games which we haven't seen. But for now, let's stay here.
Yes.
King f3.
Only 27 seconds for Hans Niemann actually. That's another big problem there. He'll go rook b4, stopping the b pawn. But for how long? The king is coming close very quickly. King d3, king d2, king c3.
The problem is exactly what you mentioned. Rook takes f8, king takes f8, bring your rook here, and then slowly bring your king in.
It's not even slow, Sagar. It's too fast.
Yeah, it's very quick. And I think that's why it's winning for Magnus, this endgame.
Wow. But, that means Hans assisted completely wrong. That generally, if it is a draw, if the king was on h1, maybe some things we have to go back and study.
Well, look at this. It's happening. What we analyzed exactly has happened right now. The king goes to e3. Magnus is bringing his king here. The rook cuts off the black king. And Hans, Amruta, he tried his best today. But that's what happens many times you face against Magnus. It's difficult to face him.
Yeah, and if you face Magnus when especially he's already wanting to run the race and take the lead, he's behind, that Magnus is very different.
Yeah. And there you see him playing rook b8. He's in the zone. I think he's winning here, guys. There's no way that he messes this up.
But it's a great masterclass for how to convert this endgame when you have everything best placed. He's not even taking a few seconds, Sagar, for his moves.
He just knows how to win this. And by the way, guys, a big news on board too. Artemiev and Dominguez have drawn, which means if Magnus wins, he will become the sole leader of the tournament. And yes, we have seen this before. Magnus coming close on the last day. He's very, very strong. Yeah.
I think he feels the thrill of making these comebacks. It's like, as he says, it forces him to bring out his best over there.
Amruta, it's his 4th win in a row. He's won 4 games. This one, if he wins it, which most likely he will. My plan is to play f4 here to stop your king from coming in at all. I don't
b4. He goes b4. I think he's not worried about king e5 because king e5, king c3. Rook c8 check, rook c4.
Yeah, that's true. King can come here if the black king comes up, and a check is met with rook c4. And this is now
He
over.
goes g5. Okay, now you need to advance the b pawn. So bring the king further. Let's go king c3.
Hasn't made a move yet. Magnus has a lot of time on the clock. He plays king c3, and a big news coming in. Yas Khan Erdogmus, this youngster from Turkey, is beating Arjun Erigaisi on board 3.
What are you saying?
Wow.
Do you want to stay here? Do you want to shift right now?
I want to stay here. I want to finish this game and then go there. But that's big news for the Turkish fans, for Yas Khan, because Amruta, winning a medal at the age of 14 years, that's something truly incredible.
Absolutely true. And guys, you can check out the live footage on FIDE's YouTube channel over there. Also, they have these single games if you want to focus on particular games. So do check it out.
King c4. And maybe there's some check here. The king can drop back. He goes king e5.
You can even go ahead,
this
right?
last try to give a check, but Magnus puts his rook.
You mean he would have blundered the rook?
Look at this beautiful position for white. The rook defends, attacks, saves on the side. It's a multi-purpose rook.
Like you, Sagar.
Correct.
Rook c8. Now go king b5. And
Yeah.
the best part is, normally you cannot disconnect with your pawn because it is protected by the king, but the rook has done the job. So king
Yeah,
advances
now you can
further.
go here easily. So Hans comes in, but I mean, king b6, b5. It's just on autopilot here. There's nothing to do. It's over.
I don't even know, Sagar, which was like a very bad move, a big blunder by Hans, because it seemed like slow and steady, he collapsed.
Yeah, he totally collapsed here. But Amruta, I think it was something that happens when you face Magnus. You have to be very accurate. There was one moment where Hans could have taken the pawn in the center. Instead, he played a4. He could have saved the game against anyone else, I feel. But against Magnus, it doesn't work sometimes.
Magnus has once again proved he's so good at major piece endgame. If he's a pawn up, I think he's done this number of times, even if it is drawish, he's converted it a million times. It is risky to go into a major piece endgame against him with material
I
down.
totally agree, Amruta. And also, one thing which I want to mention is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has just beaten Nodirbek Abdusattarov. So that's another big win for Mamedyarov here. And Arjun is winning against Yas Khan.
Flipped, complete
Total flip, Amruta. How can that happen? He was totally lost and Arjun is now totally winning. I think Yas made a huge blunder, but let's stay here and then.
No. There is, I think it was a transmission error or something.
Transmission error for sure. You can't be winning and then losing in just one move. Yeah? Although in chess it does happen. Oh, look at this. He's building the bridge. Guys, do you know this?
He
Lucina
won.
and
Resigned, Sagar. Magnus Carlsen beats Hans Niemann to take the sole lead with 10 points, 9 points.
Yeah, 9 out of 11 for Magnus Carlsen. And what a player he is. I mean, he just gave Hans no chance in this game. It was totally stable game with the white pieces. And this is the reason why many people call him the GOAT of chess. And Amruta, can we go to board number 4? Three.
Arjun's
board 3.
And it's wrong because the rook on g4 doesn't exist. Arjun is losing. He's 2 pawns down. Guys, that's a wrong information. We have it in front of us.
So this is not the right position.
No.
Erdogmus is winning his game.
But this guy, Yas, has been proving himself again and again. Just 15 years old. And such incredible performance.
True. And one more result I want to mention is Jawokir Sindarov beat Parham Maksudlu. Wesley So beat Ray Robson. And we have
Mamedyarov beat Nodirbek Abdusattarov, Sagar.
Yes, Mamedyarov beat Nodirbek Abdusattarov. True. And now we have the right position. Maybe we can get the board here on the screen. I think no chance to hold this, Amruta.
Yeah. I mean, F and H pawns would be a draw, but there is also this A pawn.
Which is weak and makes your rook passive. If you could go down and start checking, it would have been so nice, but you can't do that. And so Yas Khan Erdogmus might face Magnus Carlsen in the next round.
That is an exciting matchup,
That would be the epic matchup. And imagine, Amruta, on top board, Yas half point behind Magnus, and then maybe tries to beat him. Ooh, wow.
Yeah, 15-year-old beating.
14, Amruta. He's 2011 born in June. He's 14. His 2025 is going on. So
I don't remember everybody's birth months
because
and
when
dates.
someone told me here he's 15, I went and checked on Google and he was 14 still.
But why did you not believe him he's 15? Why did you have to go back and check?
Yeah, because I remembered that he was just 14
smart.
still.
I think this is the tournament where we are able to see these talents getting such opportunity to beat these guys, and now more and more of them are coming forward very quickly. Last year we had Murzin winning the World Rapid Championship, but this year he is not able to perform at par.
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. And by the way, Amruta, huge position. Can we go to women's section? On board 2, Koneru Humpy is winning her game against Lei Qingye in a pawn endgame. Look at this weird pawn endgame.
I know, I've never... It looks like a design, like a composition, you know?
It looks like study. It looks like Swiss cheese. Take, king takes. But how is this winning? Because you go king c5 with the threat of king b6. And when b5 is played, you push, make a queen.
And
So
you have this queen 8 check and queen b7.
Check,
Typical.
take the queen. Oh, goes the other direction.
Is winning actually.
Both are
in
winning.
This one, you know.
So Koneru Humpy is making a strong claim to retain her World Rapid title.
Oh, resignation over there. That's huge by Koneru Humpy. Is she the leader?
Yeah, she's leading, but jointly
God bless you.
with Alexandra Goryachkina, who's also on 8 points out of 10. And we also have Zhu Jinner on 8 out of 10. So it's a 3-way tie at the top in the women's section. And this one is not going to be easily, separated. I think all three are in top form, top shape. We have one Russian, one Indian, one Chinese. It's a very intense battle.
So last 2 rounds are left before we get our new world champions, world rapid champions.
Yes, Amruta. And by the way, on the screen, we have Yu Yangi fighting against MVL, a very important game. I must also mention that the world champion Gukesh has drawn his game with Cristobal. Did I mention that already?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine.
Denis Lazavic and Anish Giri drew. Alexei Sarana drew with Dmitry Andrekin. And Nepo has made a comeback by winning his game against Ivan Zemlyansky. Fabiano Caruana is winning his game with Bai Jinshi. Last 2 rounds will be super critical.
I want to know what happened to the Canadians, Anish Giri and Pragnananda.
Why don't you call them candidates?
Candidates is a tournament, no? You have to, like, if somebody is in IIT, you call them IITian.
Oh.
India, Indian. So Candidatian, no?
Okay. Maybe it's easier to call candidates, but okay, we'll go for Candidatians. I think Pragnananda won his game with Kazibek Nogerbek. Fabi is winning his game. And Anish Giri drew his game against Denis Lazavic.
Got it. Sindarov lost.
Sindarov lost.
Except for Nakamura, do we have all of them playing here?
I don't know if I think Matthias Bluebaum is also here. He's not here. So Matthias is not here.
Okay.
So we have
Nakamura and Matthias are not playing here.
Right.
Okay.
And Esipenko is here. Esipenko is playing. By the way, this endgame Seems like black will convert it, Amruta. I have a feeling. MVL
Because of
might
that
trick.
extra pawn, yeah.
MVL might trick Yu Yangi.
Yu Yangi, I doubt if he will get tricked. Very, very experienced player. Also, one result I would like to mention is Levon Aronian. What? You were right. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
I think the main reason is he's kind of pushing the king to come up ahead. But Yu Yangi is like, hey, I'll get the pawn on f7.
But he will be slow, yeah? So king c6.
Has to
Rook
play.
takes f7.
Look at MVL, by the way. Guys, look at how he's thinking. Like completely calculating. If I go king c6, he takes here. I push my pawn. He pushes his pawn. No, it's a blunder, illegal move. King f3.
Oh, he finds it, Sagar. He goes
plays
king
it.
c6.
He plays it.
And it's going to be a little slow to win the f7. Then again the h6 pawn. Then to start pushing.
The c pawn is running.
Yeah, the c pawn on the highway. The other pawns in the galias. Sorry, that's a Hindi word. In the small
No, but
lanes.
rook f8. Maybe if you go c3, you lose the pawn. So you have to be careful there.
But if rook f8, then anyway you are not threatening your pawns to advance. No, it's
he
not
played it. He played rook f8.
Just go king d5. Yeah.
King d. Oh wow, he played your move.
But it's simple. Rook c8 he will go.
Rook
now
c8,
king d3.
King e4, king d3, and then push.
So your rook is free.
These positions are so complicated to analyze and calculate because, you know, at some point white would want to sacrifice the rook for the pawn and start to push his own pawns down the board. These are tough positions. Although the engine, of course, calculates it easily, but human beings, well, they are always confused whether this is the right way or that.
That's why they are human beings. No, they need to be confused, Sagar.
Rook d3, check, king e4, very likely.
Okay, you can never enter a king pawn end game because
finds it.
Okay, he could have had, but you know, Sagar, f5, ef5 is with a check.
So he plays what? Oh, he plays rook d6. What an interesting move. And now MVL has to... No, c3 is not working, Amruta, because of rook takes e6 and my rook comes back. So that would be a mistake.
And your e-pawn pushes. Okay.
You have to find rook f3, which is super tough. It's like extremely difficult move to find. To take here, guys, do you think MVL finds this move?
I think he has 40 seconds.
Yes.
He will. Yes, he's already taking his hand.
Oh, he plays it.
Wow.
MVL, what a guy.
Sharp
what a
guy,
player.
Sharp.
Too good. Too good. Rook f3.
I think rook end games are very, very important, Sagar, in World Rapid and Blitz because, you know, in classical you have much more time and you get this after 40 moves, after 60 moves.
Oh, but you know what he took? Rook e6, instead of taking the f4 pawn.
He pushed c3 or what?
Has he taken on...
No, he took on a3.
No. He took here first a check, then came back and then took it. Yeah, exactly. What? That's a mistake.
What? Why? The e-pawn is rolling, it seems then.
No, first take the h6 pawn. You know what he had to play here? Some insanely tough move, rook f7 to get behind the
impossible.
pawn.
You cannot find such a move in 1 minute.
But rook a3, rook h6, king e5, rook c6. Oh, he had to find rook a6 somehow. Very crazy moves are happening here. King d5, h6. Wow, what a move.
Because king d5 was also blunder.
If you take h7, there's no way to stop the queen.
Oh,
wow, rook a1.
Controlled.
And now rook c8. And it's a draw.
No, but rook c8, rook h1. I attacked the h pawn.
Yes, Amruta. Rook c8, rook h1, king g5, a3, rook a8. I try to stop you here and you can't.
After all the drama, this is ending in some silence.
Yeah, it's crazy how complicated rook endgames are. One wrong move and a winning position flips around. A medal goes out of your hand. That's how tough it is. h7. Push karo. He pushes. And now... Rook G1. By the way, a nice stat by someone in the online
Rahul.
chat, Rahul, who says Sindaro is the only candidate in top 14 right now in the standings. That
Oh.
just goes to show that if you are good at classical chess, it's not a given that you are good at rapid.
Yeah, in fact, it's a great thing because it's a little different skill from classical, the rapid format, the blitz format. So it's amazing that we have these different titles.
8-7, and now MVL gives a check. And Amruta, can you believe it? The only move to draw is King
King H5.
F3.
No.
Yes. It's so tough.
Okay, King F, I understand because it goes to the F and H pawn, Sagar. So King
F3, and if you play C2 now, I'm queening. Because if you went on the H file, if I push C2, there was a check and you would lose this.
In fact, you don't even need
And
that. So King
Yu
F3.
Yangi is down to 15 seconds and he blunders. Oh, the final mistake by Yu Yangi.
Now the king is kind of cut off over there.
Check.
C pawn is rolling. You cannot stop both of them.
And here's the key point. If King F3, Rook H1, you could have quickly come here to stop the pawn. But now with your king on F5, the king is a bit useless. Although it can go and try to stop, kind of make this a queen.
But then C2, Sagar, C5 is controlled.
Yeah.
You'll give a check, but
C2 and final laugh for MVL there.
It's like by one move.
Or is there a twist still, Amruta? Final
No,
twist.
we don't want more twists over here.
MVL is just being careful. He's like, let me calculate this thoroughly. Already the game has gone up and down so many times. And he pushes C2. Great move by the Frenchman. And check.
Frenchman with the French beard.
Check here. And
oh, actually, if MVL plays French, then Frenchman with a French beard plays French opening. But he always plays neither.
And look at how he's just converted this. Check here, King B6. And now resignation by Yu Yangi. He's so unhappy. You know, such games leave you with that feeling like, what can I do? Yeah, like chess is so tough. And then there are days when everything goes right and you feel like...
tells King F3. King F3 was a draw.
Yeah.
He realized...
That's why they are top players, Amruta. The only reason, guys, why top players find chess challenging is because they have less time on the clock often. Yeah, like if they are given a lot of time, they'll figure it out.
That's a very good point. Like any position, they will be easily able to solve. But...
Not easily, but I think they are very good, yeah, right, at solving and stuff. You know, if you tell them here is a moment where you find a winning move, no matter how tough it is, they find it generally. So
in time pressure, our neurons do not work the same way. And that's where these mistakes happen.
Right. And there we have it, guys. Magnus Carlsen is the sole leader in the open section. We had promised you that we will go through the games because we went through Magnus versus Niemann game in great detail. So we missed out on some other games. So maybe we can go through them. But just so that you know, Magnus is currently sole leader of the tournament. We have on half a point behind him at 8.5 points. There is only one guy now. That is, two people, Artemiev and Erdogmus. These are the two players.
Their pairing is very clear because Magnus has played Artemiev. So he plays Yaz Khan in the next round.
Right.
A guy 21 years older than him. Oh, sorry, younger than him. Wow, this has been such a great experience commentating on Magnus versus Hans from this amazing studio at this fan zone, Sagar. And yet another delight we have next round.
Yeah, another great game, another kind of a future world champion or future world-class player taking on...
or a future world total chess champion.
Quite possible. And so I just want to see how Yaz managed to beat Arjun because it was
an important
such a complicated game at this point. And generally in complications, there are very few people who can get the better of Arjun. bishop takes, pawn takes, and you can see here, if you had taken the rook, then knight takes, and the bishop was hanging. So he took here. And now what a move. Bishop takes f5, Amruta. That was an absolutely insane move because
So it's an exchange sacrifice.
he
Bishop
takes
takes
here.
c4.
Because, okay, if you take bishop c4, I think I have knight takes, and I attack here and here.
Double attack anyway, and material is fine for white.
So he first takes here,
Mm-hmm.
Yas takes here, takes, and he actually outplayed Arjun in calculation. Like, that's completely incredible.
And that too, he had a very less time on the clock. So not like
Beautiful.
it was a big time difference. Arjun was low on time or anything like that.
And
Wow.
this, Arjun could have been in the game if he had found the move rook e8 to trade these active rooks. But Arjun thought, hey, my pawn is too strong, let me push it. And Yaz was like, sorry, Arjun, because after rook takes f7, even if you make a queen, I'll take. And if king h8, mate. If king f8, check. And rook e7, mate. So the queen is just a complete bystander there, rook f8. And now just crushed it. What a game.
Amazing. I mean, for Yas, that means he has actually beaten the world champion in FIDE Grand Swiss, Gukesh. Then now he beats the.
No, he didn't beat him there. It was a draw. But he was very close to losing, but he found the defense in the end. Yes.
Yas,
Edis had beaten.
Edis had beaten.
Yeah.
Okay.
Edis Gurel, these two Turkish kids are really, really good. Edis and Yaz. And it's nice to see them growing. And Amruta, Shakriyar Mamedyarov beat Nodirbek Abdusattarov.
How did that happen? Because it ended much earlier, Sagar.
Yeah, the thing is, somehow the advantage was small, just like the Magnus game. But suddenly, there was a big error that happened here.
But
In
if
fact,
you don't play a5, it's the most.
no, look at
natural
this. Look
game.
at this. Here, guys, what is the only move for black? Anyone wants to try?
I know that it's not king h6.
I'm going to give the gift to someone who finds this move. Black to play. Yes. Well, I think you are in trouble, yeah, because white is really pushing.
No clues, Sagar.
King h6.
But we have only one answer because
King g8. See, there are three legal moves. Two have been said. Someone who says the third move may have one third shot. King h8, you think you would play that in a game?
going to the corner.
Yeah. Well, you are absolutely right. King h8 is the right move here because King g8 was played in the game, and what could be more natural? Nodirbek was like, oh, that's just a normal move, but now this pawn falls with a check.
But what if it falls with a check?
He did
King
it.
f8, there's no checkmate or anything. Rook h7.
A2, Amruta, now here comes the beautiful part. You give a check, and you win the rook and the pawn.
Oh, and then you have like 3 more pawns on the board.
And think about it. If you had gone king h8 here, and if he went rook f6, you go a3, rook g6, a2, and that one check.
There is a draw, no? Rook g7 and there's a draw.
It's a draw. But that's what black wants, a draw. In the game, he lost. So here.
Okay, king h8 was very tough for a human to play with 15 seconds or something.
But Mamedyarov is so tricky with two rooks. We remember his draw with Pragnananda at Global Chess League. He was like 4 pawns down.
Wow.
And he drew there. He's just very, very tricky. And he won.
That's a big blow to Nodirbek because he was playing really well. Last game he had beaten Arjun Erigasi. So, yeah. So that means Sagar Mamedyarov and Yas Khan. Mamedyarov is the...
No, Mamedyarov is on 8. And Yaz is on 8.5.
Ah, okay. They are missing it.
But they are... Yaz is the student of Shakriyar. So, the coach student may stand on the podium at the end of the day, Amruta.
Wow.
possible.
And you know, something very interesting is happening over here. I think we have Tregubov, Grandmaster Tregubov playing a simul over there.
Oh, wow. It's a simultaneous exhibition by a very, very strong player, Grandmaster Pavel Tregubov. So if you guys want to go and check it out later, you can see that over there.
And yesterday, Victor Bologan played against 13 people in the simul.
And 1-1?
How stupid of me that I did not ask the result because I assumed the result.
Maybe for you, the result was not that important, Amruta, the simul was. And I think, look at this, Parham Maksudlu was completely fine against Javokir Sindarov.
Yeah, he was in fact better in the opening. And then, how did he lose?
Oh my God, this one move where
Blunder.
instead he should have given a check, King A2 and A6, and this would have been fine. But he went B5, Knight E8. Wow. Takes and whoa, Bishop A5. What a move. Should have asked you guys.
Yep. If takes, Queen B7 is the mate, so he goes back.
Kya hi khela? Too good.
Too good. By the way, Sagar, the women's pairing is out. They are going to have their last round of the day.
Oh, this is the last round.
And I just confirm because our chat is saying that. Is
Yes,
it
it's 11 rounds. True.
Oh, then
And
it can be a tiebreaker.
And look at the pairing. It's Ekaterina Atalik from Turkey taking on Goryachkina on board 1. It's Savita Shri from India taking on Koneru Hampi on board 2. Two Indians. And it's Zhu Jiner taking on Tan Zhongyi on board 3. So two Chinese players. And these three are the leaders. Hampi, Goryachkina and Zhu Jiner. So anyone can win the title. I think the one who wins the game, and all three, I think.
If all three win, okay. Then what is the Bukols? Like, I think
no, there is no Bukols. There is a playoff. So we will have a playoff.
You know what? Hampi has played this tiebreakers both the times, no?
No, not both the times. Last year she won directly, but in 2019 she played a tiebreaker. So imagine, I think Goryachkina has a very high chance to beat Ekaterina Atalik. She's like 200 points stronger. Hampi also has a high chance to beat Savita Shri. She's also the higher rated. But Zhu Jiner has a very tough opponent in Tan Zhongyi. Yeah.
But that's going to be exciting as well. And final round, so we will be focusing on that as well in between.
Oh, by the way, open pairings are also out. We have Yas Khan Erdogmus versus Magnus Carlsen on board 1. So guys, don't go anywhere. We are going to follow that. We have Artemiev versus Sindarov, MVL versus Wesley So, Hans Niemann versus Mamedyarov, Shimanov versus Dominguez, Nepo versus Pragg, big game there, Sarana versus Caruana, Abdusataro versus Sevian, Erigaisi versus Mamedov, Esipenko versus Gukesh, Anish versus Henriquez, Arvind versus Grishchuk, Nihal versus Lazavik. What pairings, Amruta? Crazy.
Yeah, this round is really ultimate ones. I'm loving all of them. Also, Hakobian versus Dubov is very exciting. Both players play super rash.
So maybe, Amruta, it's time for us to take a very short break.
And you told people not to go anywhere.
Yeah, please don't go anywhere. We'll be back
except
in a couple of minutes.
Bye-bye. Oh, I need to go to the washroom. I'll quickly go to the washroom.
Yes. Hello. welcome back everyone to the penultimate round in the open section and the final round in the women's section, Amruta, at the World Rapid Championships 2025.
Absolutely, we are just half an hour away from getting the women's world rapid chess champion. But if they go in tie breaks, which could be very likely, then it is going to be an exciting finish.
And on your screen, guys, you can see the young Yazkan Erdogmus, 14-year-old talent from Turkey, taking on the GOAT, Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, I mean, what a performance for this guy. And, for Turkey, they all would be following him right now, Sagar. This is a great opportunity to beat the world number one Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces.
Yeah, Amrita, it's a great opportunity, but generally, it's never easy under so much pressure to play well. Meanwhile, Magnus has been doing this all his life, playing
That's
this. This could be his 19th world title. Can you imagine that? He's won 5 classical titles, 8 world blitz titles, and 5 rapid titles.
19 is a number I don't think anyone can overtake that.
Yeah, he's just too good here. And
And you know what? These youngsters, generally, Magnus is able to beat them, at least until now, whenever they play with him for the first starting points. But this is the experience they carry with them to eventually make a comeback against him.
I agree. And Amruta, I'm actually super excited for this clash also. Guys, 3 leaders in the women's section. So we will be following on that those top 3 boards. They are not facing each other. They are all having different opponents. And one big encounter, Amruta, is board 2. If we can just get the video there, it's Artemiev versus Sindarov. And this one, I believe, is super critical because Artemiev is so solid, but Sindarov won't let him be solid. Yeah, he'll go all out against him.
We have the first move inaugurated over here. Both are very happy and smiling.
Yeah, I think it's the tournament director there who made the first move. And then on board 3 is MVL versus Wesley So. That would also be an interesting game. And Hans Niemann.
Sagar, there was a very nice moment. Sindaro and Artemiev shook their hands. Artemiev almost stood up as a respect for Sindaro. It was a very lovely moment.
And he plays pawn to d4, and we go to board 1, Yazkan Erdogmus. And to take us through this game right now, we have a very special guest who will be joining us. And, it will give us great insights because he is a very strong grandmaster. And his name is Victor Bologan. Guys, can we have a round of applause for him? Victor, if you can join us, maybe to just have a look at the game and also to tell about a very interesting project that he has launched recently. And maybe we can go to the top board, Vivek Bhai. We can have Yazkan and Magnus on the screen. And Victor, my first question to you, are you surprised by this pairing on the top board between Yazkan and Magnus in the penultimate round?
Yes, first of all, hi Sagar, thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for your support, and I really enjoy your commenting, and it's a great show here. Regarding this pairing, that's exactly what Magnus said on the opening press conference, that playing against buddies he knows for years, it's okay, but for playing against the youngsters, it's a little bit challenging because that's exactly what he said, that he doesn't know how much they improved in the last half a year. So I mean, that's and this youngster, as we see, they keep improving, and that makes our chess nice and at the same time unpredictable. The results wise, we saw the results of the World Cup, both men and women, 19 years old winning.
Yes.
38 together, yeah. So this game also, it's very interesting. From my point of view, I see that youngsters, they manage to definitely create some interesting games and to keep the pressure for some time, but at the end of the game, some of them might not resist. That's the difference between experience and youth. But we will see. We will see this game. I see a very classical approach by Magnus. I used to play this Breyer variation, and even I made a book on that for Black.
You have a book on Breyer.
Yes.
Wow.
And okay, it's very classical approach. I mean, it's where the Spassky games, all these classical games were happening in this opening, with all pieces on the board, and that makes the game very complex. And I mean, the decisive combinations, lines will start after move, even not 20, maybe 25, 30. So it will be a long game.
I think Magnus finds it very comfortable to play these classical openings like Breyer and all against youngsters. Yeah, he tries to play a little bit more differently against guys his age, but with youngsters, he feels like he can outplay them with his understanding here.
Oh, obviously, the young players, they learn fast. Of course, they have, comparing with our generation, they have all the information at their disposal. So, I mean, they don't need to look through the books. They don't need to go to the shop to buy a new built-in or something. They have everything in their computers. So that's obviously a big advantage for them. But disadvantage is this information still have to be accumulated at somewhere, stored, overworked. So I mean, that's where the better understanding, better knowledge of patterns helps Magnus to orientate better in this complex type of positions like Breyer is.
Okay. And there we see the knight has traveled from b1 to f1 to g3, and black is going to play g6, bg7. This is all very typical, well known.
Yeah, and actually, if you've written a book, would you be happy to explain us very quickly what are the main plans for white and for black in this opening?
Actually, Sagar started very perfectly to explain it. I don't know why I interrupted him. He's a good expert in this line, and definitely exactly what Sagar was saying. G6 was used to be a classical approach, but chess is moving on, and lately we see much more side pawn moves than before. We see all this a5, h4, g4 moves, which from classical point of view would be even condemned. But in this case, computers, they started to use much more the space. And for them, for example, move a5, it means that you take control over b4, that you increase the range of rook on a8, you create more squares for the black pieces. So that's how computer thinks. In our case, we would think, no, you have to be focused on some plan, you have to follow. But here, a5, a4, it's much more often met in Ruy Lopez. So this, for example, a5, you will not find in my book for sure.
So this is a modern opening after the Alpha Zero and all those engines became activated. Yeah.
Wow. Very cool, very interesting. You know, these explanations, once you hear them, it gives you better perspective when you look at this opening again. So thank you so much, Victor, for explaining that b4 played. We also want to ask you about a very new initiative that you have started. It's called Chess ID. You can see a stall there behind you, and it would be wonderful to know about it. Maybe the people here can also get their chess ID.
Absolutely. That's thank you for your support. I can say that ChessBase India was one of the first partners supporting us with Chess ID. And that day when you made a broadcast, I think there was like a few hundred people joined immediately. So that means that you have a good respect in the world of chess. People trust you. So the main concept of Chess ID is very simple. It's your global chess passport, your unique access to the world of chess. So Chess ID is supposed to bring under one umbrella all stakeholders related to chess, organizations, vendors, of course, individuals. And the individuals, it's not only about player, it's about parent, it's about organizer, arbiter, anybody, maybe there is simply a fan who likes to watch chess. So that's everybody can get the Chess ID. It's for free. And yesterday, with your help, we crossed the the line of 2,000 users.
1,000 users.
Yeah,
Wow.
already. Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
And I am one of them.
Yes, me too.
Yes, Amaruta. Yes, okay, me too. So, and of course, we are doing this in partnership with Qatar Chess Association. Now, Qatar and India, they are competing. They both have over 310 Chess ID users. And I can say that some of spectators here use their Chess ID to get a discount
Oh,
for buying tickets here.
is it like if you have a chess ID, then you get a discount on tickets?
Yes, exactly. That's because of our partnership with Qatar Chess Association. And it's more and more, but this is first time when Chess ID was used for this purpose. So you can imagine how popular it will become in the future, because many organizers, many vendors would love to attract you by some special discounts, like ChessBase India, by the way. They offered a prize for a tournament which we had yesterday, and thank you for that. So we will handle your prize to the winner, the tournament which was online in the Lichess platform. Or can be offered by you. We will be get to our winner.
Wow. So basically anyone can get a chess ID here by just going to the stall, but also online by going to chessid.com.
Absolutely, you can just visit chessid.com. First thing what you see is just to get your chess ID. It's very easy. I mean, we need very minimum information from the customer. We need to know his name, the place where he lives. This is very important in order to organize the chess community in a better way, and his date of birth. So if it's a minor, then he will have to ask his father or mother to do this chess ID for them and then for him. So that's
But what if somebody is 10 years old and an international master?
still he has to take the permission from his parents, because you know, he might be very good in chess, but social wise it's better to be still guided until the age of 16, when then you can get your chess ID under your possession, full possession. But it's still, you get your chess ID certificate, you can participate, you can get all the benefits. It's only the question that your chess ID under the age of 16 is connected to your parents.
Wow, it's a very interesting concept to have a unique chess ID. You have a FIDE ID, but for that you have to play FIDE rated events, and generally you get a rating on it and so on. But chess ID can be used by anyone. So maybe if you have the time, you can go to chessid.com or go to the kiosk there and talk to the representative there. Victor, before we let you go, one small sort of a roundup on all the games. Here, do you think Yas has a fine position, or is it too early to speak? What are your thoughts on the latest, like this queenside pawn push by Magnus, and suddenly him jumping knight f5 and the bar goes down?
Yes, I think this knight f5, I used to play all this type of positions when black allows the knight to get to f5, and it's not always a good idea. It's very tempting to put the knight on f5, but it's too early. I mean, if there is no direct target, and sometimes this knight on f5 can be vulnerable, I mean, maybe some g6, but in general, main minus why the computer, for example, in this case, lowers the bar down. It's because the knight is not controlling anymore the very important square on e4, the pawn on e4. So he loses control, and then one of the best, and actually not the best, but the main tactical idea of Breyer is d5. And exactly for d5, this knight on f5 is not very well placed. Also, it's in case of some eventual c5, this e4 square, e4 pawn can be attacked as well. So exactly. I would not be in rush with this. For example, now if d5, maybe c4, it's already coming. So I mean, there is already type of Benoni after d5, very good for black.
What would you think about such a structure? Very good for black, this one?
Oh, this is excellent Benoni. This is, even the bishop is not on g7, but no need in this case. The structure, the pawn structure is perfect for black, where, of course, white might not be even worse here, but I mean, black already is happy. And as we said from the very beginning, Magnus has all pieces on the board. So the chance to confuse his young opponent is higher.
Nice.
So I would, at the moment, if you can get back before knight f5, I open my mouth to say something when you ask me what do you think about this position, and this position without knight f5 was a very good start for Egiz because he's very solid, he controls everything, and simple development would allow him to increase the pressure. And because what is the main point in this type of positions? Exactly, it's important not to allow black any c5 or d5. If you can fight against this, then in the long term you are still controlling the situation because you have more pawns in the center and better control. So it's enough just not to allow this. Then there is not enough squares for black pieces. So that was the main strategy he should continue. But after knight f5, I see already some chances for Magnus to overtake the initiative.
Yeah, and Magnus, if he wins this, he might become the champion with 1 round to spare, which is quite amazing because on board 2, Artemiev has already drawn against Sindarov. What's your take on these quick draws that Artemiev is making? It's like, he had the lead, he could fight for the top spot, but maybe he's okay with a top 3 finish, it seems.
Absolutely. I think he has a strategy, and it's very important for a chess player not to be overexcited about your results and to be very aware that here are your limits. And I think it's very healthy, very strong philosophy in Artemiev's decisions that, look, guys, I am very happy to beat Magnus. I don't know, but still I know my limits and I want to control it because we saw many examples of young players doing some on the short term some good performances, but at the end of the day you don't see them on the podium. So this is also a strategy which should be respected, and I think that's the main reason why he doesn't burn the bridges, and he controls, as you say, this top 3. It's also very, very, very good achievement.
Wow, that's a very interesting perspective.
Yeah.
And you have some thoughts, Amruta, on that?
No, absolutely. I mean, there are all new perspectives over there. Everybody thinks differently. But yeah, it does depend a lot on the energy levels also, I think.
Absolutely.
Right.
Energy, motivation. Yeah.
Right. But Victor, thank you for coming by. I know you have a lot of things to do. You are also part of kind of organizing this and putting this together. So thank you so much, and we hope to have you back again on one of the rounds of the Blitz tournament.
Absolutely, I'll do it with the biggest pleasure, and thank you for coming here first. I know it was a long discussion to get you here, and this very nice fan zone and spectators. I'm very thankful for their participation. We have many activities ongoing there. We have robot playing here. We have human playing. So just
Victor, even you were playing yesterday the Simul. I assumed you won all the 13 games. Is that correct?
yeah, I was lucky to win all the 13 games. Even in some games I was not better, but that's chess. And yeah, it's really a fun zone here, and thank you for doing that. And I hope that the last few days also will be very enjoyable by everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. A huge round of applause to Victor Bologan, a grandmaster, and also making a lot of efforts to popularize chess through FIDE and through his new initiative called Chess ID. So
yeah, I'm very, very excited about Chess ID in the future. There will be so many people over there. We will know how many people are playing chess.
Yes.
And that will bring in a lot new tournaments and so on. So yeah, looking forward to it.
For all the people here, you can go and check out the Chess ID kiosk. And for people online, I have pinned the link in the chat, so you can go there and create your Chess ID. Maybe we go to the women's section.
Yes, let's check out Rapid because it's the final round over there, and we might have our champion very, very soon.
Amruta Alexandra Goryachkina doesn't seem like she might win this position. Ekaterina Atalik with the white pieces is solid as a rock here, and I think this will be very difficult to win with white on board 1 or with black. So
but right now, Sagar, this is all also what happened.
I mean, look at board 2. It's also equal, Humpy versus Savita, but a more complex game. But
Yeah,
board
sir.
3, Zhu Jinner is already winning against Tan
What?
Zhongyi.
No, so early stage.
So early, and she is like right out of the opening got a winning position. So if Goryachkina or Humpy do not win their games, Zhu Jinner might become the world rapid champion.
Oh, so one of them needs to win. So that we are going to have a tie break in that case.
You know, guys, yes. Zhu
Zhu
Jinner
Jinner
is
is
your
his-
mom's friend. Wow, can you bring? Can you
Come,
can you make sure that if she becomes the world rapid champion, that she comes here to the fan zone?
will you bring her?
Okay, thank you so
so-
much. By the way, this was the blunder that was made by Tan Zhongyi. She moved her knight, and here's a question, a tough one to all of you. White to play, what do you do here? And this one, whoever answers gets a prize. Yes. Sorry? F5 is a very interesting move. However, there is knight takes pawn and it attacks your queen and rook. So, could have worked, but not the best. Something else. Come on. Anyone here wants to give it a shot? It's a beautiful tactic. Knight takes d5. Well done. A round of applause to him. Sir, could you come here and take your prize here that you won for giving the right answer? What's your name? Oscar is here, and Oscar gets a prize. A round of applause for him.
Yeah, that's the prize by Freedom Holding Group, and it's very nice that we can ask questions.
And the thing is, if knight takes d5, if pawn takes, you lose the queen. And if bishop takes, then queen takes g4. And this one is the reason why already out of the opening. And Amrita, Tan Zhongyi blundered, but Zhu Jinner was so attentive and she found this move.
Oh yeah, that was a tactical miss over there. So Sagar, that does mean, can we quickly have one look at Humpy's game? Because I just want to make sure whether it's complex or whether anything has changed in the last 1 minute.
Okay. And by the way, just to show you guys here, Zhu Jinner now is piece up. So she's winning.
He's winning. I think there is no question about it now that Zhu Jinner is going to take this.
I think Amrita, Humpy's game is quite complicated enough that it might that she might have chances. But
Mhm.
look at the time. Humpy has 5 minutes and Savita Shri has 9 minutes.
Exactly. And Savita, who has reached board number 2 in the final round, has played really well because.
By the way, Amrita, you remember in 2023, she was the bronze medalist. So she has done well in World Rapid Championships before. She's born in 2007. She's a very young girl from India, and she beat Elina Danelian, Nana Zagnidze, and Stefanova in back-to-back rounds. 3 world-class players.
Absolutely. So, but one of the thing might be there that in top 3, we might have one medal for India, whatever happens on this board.
Oh, by the way, Amrita, big news coming in. Can we go to the top board?
Yes, let's go. Magnus is taking over.
Magnus, actually, let's quickly check what happened. B takes c3, B takes c3, bishop a6 happened here by Magnus. He wanted to trade, but it's not a good move.
But
Takes.
it's a very natural move. And you have to be careful because the rook on a6 is undefended.
And c4, rook takes, and knight c5 played. Yas goes back. And already, as you rightly pointed out, Magnus is slowly and steadily taking over here.
The reason is the d3 square is pretty weak and black knight can reach there very quickly. E4 pawn, as Bologan pointed out, has to be taken care of. The bishop on f8, usually there's a move which has happened g6, Sagar. to kick the f5 knight away. But that weakens the dark squares, and in this case, there is no weakness. The knight had to go back by itself.
True, true. Yeah, it's big moment here, and we already know that if Magnus wins this game, he's very close to winning the title, his 19th world title.
No, that is insane. Yeah, 19.
Because then no one catches him. Yeah, almost. Okay, Artemiev maybe, but he has already played him.
Okay, what if, like, Sagar, a quick roundup, Arjun is winning, Pragg is playing against Nepo. What is happening on the other boards?
Well, do you want to go to the other boards? Because I have a feeling, Amruta, that this game between Magnus and Yaz might be a critical one, but we give a quick roundup. So,
quick roundup, Wesley
Director
versus
Saab, let's go.
MVL
board
has
4.
drawn their game.
Yes, Wesley versus MVL drawn. Board 3. Board 4, Hans Niemann against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. This one is looking equalish, but is
slightly better for
complicated.
black because 5 minutes more on the clock.
But C6 pawn is a bit weak. We'll see what happens
And
here.
C4. Okay, anything can happen here.
Shimanov versus Dominguez ended in a draw. Pragnananda is slightly pressing against Yan
But that's
Nepomniachtchi.
too less. I mean, Nepo
No,
for such positions will
Amrita,
defend, yeah?
Knight d3, knight b2 is hanging. It's not so less. It's actually very exciting, this endgame.
Is he winning the b2 pawn? But your knight will then have nowhere to go. So knight d3, bishop c2, knight b2, king e2. I think that's the plan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but Pragg is having the slight
Pragg
edge.
is pressing. On board 7, we have Alexei Sarana,
What?
who is completely winning his game against Fabiano Caruana. And Caruana, once again, is such a great player in classical chess, but falling short in the rapid format.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, this is tough. But Fabi also many times kind of by the end of the tournament has been on top. So let's see if we can flip this one.
Yeah, and then Nodirbek versus Sam Savian is slightly better for Nodirbek Abdusattorov. And then finally, Arjun Erigaisi is winning his game.
Oh, he won. He won, Sagar. It's over.
Oh, he won his game with Rauf Mamedov. So Arjun moves to 8.5, in with a chance still to finish in top 5. He finished 5th last year in New York. Can he better that? Is the big question. And then we have the game between Andrei Esipenko and Gukesh. A very intense game. It's still roundabout even.
Yeah, very complex over here. Lot of imbalances. Anything can happen. And Gukesh has, I don't know what more time. Okay, coming back to Magnus Carlsen versus Yaz Khan, Sagar. This is a game where all these weak squares will matter a lot, more than any other games. And there have been these isolated pawns on a5 and c6, a2, c4. So who is gonna get to the weakness first?
Yeah, it's tough to say, Amruta. This one is not at all easy. Magnus Carlsen is putting pressure, but Yaz is like, I won't let you break in. But Magnus is persistent. He doesn't give up. He keeps fighting. And we want to quickly check also the women's boards, Amruta.
Yes.
Because the World Championship is going to be decided very soon.
So, has Zhu Jinner won her game? Or is it going on?
Zhu Jinner is still playing on. And Tan Zhongyi said, what is the difference if I give one piece or two? I will give up one more piece, take it. And she's fighting here.
A desperate attempt over there. But White King is weak, but still she's losing.
It could happen that here there could be a comeback. Look at this. The knight is hanging. The queen is attacked. If the queen goes to c1, I get my rook to c8. Yes, rook e2 is coming. It does look a bit dangerous.
Maybe practical a good try by Tan Zhongyi then, what she's doing. Okay, let's go to Humpy's game and Koryachkina's game. See
Humpy has started to press here against Savita Shri. She was better here with the move. Last move, rook c8 wasn't the best. c4 was a very nice move. Look at this. c4. If takes here, you can play d4, shutting down this bishop totally.
Beautiful. And then opening your own b7 bishop, g7 bishop. That was a great idea there.
But she goes rook c8 and now Rook c1.
She still has the same idea with c4 now.
Still possible to take here, but instead take here opens up the rook. So maybe not, but let's see what happens here. Humpy may be slightly pressing. Goryachkina, on the other hand, still very even, but she will play till the very end. I don't think she will accept a draw.
Yeah, 3 minutes for, and also it's amazing that Talik Ekaterina has more time on the clock. So a pressure is getting on to Goryachki now here.
Right. So this is definite pressure here. What a finish we are having, like a picture perfect finish. Top 3 boards, all trying their best. And look at this move, Rook 8. You will never see Goryachkina playing such a move if it was not a must-win game.
Yeah, true. She wants to go A5. She wants to win the B4 pawn. But, maybe this tension could even go to Atalik and she could beat her.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. But everything for that gold medal here happening in the women's tournament. Meanwhile, Yas Khan Erdogmus on top board. Guys, I'm extremely proud of this youngster. He's making Magnus sweat for the full point. Not easy. Not easy to beat Yas here for Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus's last move f6 Sagar solidifies the e4 e5 pawn. So frees his queen over there to become more active. But while doing so, his 7th rank has become weak.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
you know who can reach the 7th rank?
Rook.
And you see b7 and d7, both the squares. There is a solid bodyguard for that on c5.
Knight is protecting those squares, and that's why Yas exchanges one and is ready to replace it with another.
But Magnus will then go knight e6, and then go to f4 or, some other
No,
idea.
I think Amrita, he stops it. A4.
Oh.
Very nice. Very cool move. A4. And somehow you want now your knight to come to D3, but knights don't work that way. How do we get it? Knight F3, knight E1, knight D3, but it's too slow.
It's a long way to go. Also, knight f1, knight e3 will not give you neither the d5 square nor the f5 square. So this means the imbalance is black knight is better than the white knight.
Very well
That's where the initiative lies in.
That's very well put here, Amrita. Although one small advantage that white has is he can control the B file.
And go where? B6.
Queen B6 maybe. But I do worry about all
Rook
these
D8,
weak squares on the D file.
Rook D8, Rook D4. I really would be looking at that, and I may not even mind, if required, my king going to G7 at 6.
Oh, by the way, guys, we very quickly want to give you an update in the women's tournament. Zhu Jiner, who was completely winning on board 3, now no longer totally winning. It looks like Tan Zhongyi is coming back.
Yeah, some chances, like it was dead lost earlier, but now rising from the phoenix.
Amrita, I think this when you are about to win a title, things become really tense in that moment.
Yeah, because I think the control on your nerves, that's different. There is these subconscious thoughts of becoming a champion, winning the trophy, the happiness over there. That changes your decision making many times.
Yeah, you have to somehow just put away all those thoughts, or sometimes you just have to win a couple of tournaments like this, and then it becomes normal for you, like it happens with Magnus. He now no longer has to worry about that. But the first time is always tough.
Absolutely. Can we have can we look at Magnus's game for a moment?
Okay.
Because we have 4,000 people watching online as well, and they are also saying something. He's gaining advantage. Yeah, king goes to G7, Sagar. I wouldn't be surprised if it finds a safe place on H6 in the future.
Yeah, the king could do very well there. But guys, now it's time for white to fight with the rook. Where to bring this rook? What would you play here? White to play? Any ideas? Like if you were in the shoes of Yas Khan, what would you play? I mean, it's not a tactic. It's actually you are in a difficult position. You have to kind of make sure that you somehow calmly rook b4. Okay, that's an interesting move, but where are you going with that rook?
Sagar.
Yes.
instead of rook b4. I think because he wanted to keep pressure on a4 pawn, but the knight on c5 is not moving at all. It's like it's sitting at a throne. So
But
rook
you know what's the
d1, they
tough?
want to
Yeah,
challenge
rook
the
d1.
rook
And the
over there.
point is, tactically, it somehow works because if you go trying to
A4.
win that pawn, your a4 pawn is hanging. So
And as they say, the rook pawn is the enemy of the knight.
yeah, so the a pawn would get very strong in that line. But look at Yaz. His eyes are going on the black king. He wants the knight to come here and try to checkmate. And for that, he's even ready to give up this pawn.
But you know, Magnus will defend this very easily because white does not have too many pieces there.
No, Amrita, I think this is a key moment. This is a super important moment here. Whether Magnus goes h5, saying that, yes, I respect your move, or he just says, I call your bluff, I'm taking this pawn, and if knight to g4, then calculates his way out from this queen h6 business.
That's interesting. Can I go g5? You know, if that's a fine move.
It's a very good idea to stop this, but then I go queen c2, and Amrita, your f5 square has become weak.
Okay, then that is an interesting idea which Yaz is trying. That just shows that he is very resourceful, trying to find some practical ideas there, making Magnus use his time. From 6 minutes, Magnus is thinking there's a lot of time gap, Sagar, here.
Yeah, there's a lot of time that Magnus has additionally.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
While he's
Amrita,
thinking, let's go to the women's board.
I want to show board 6, 1 minute just.
Oh, Pragg versus Nepo.
I think Pragnananda is creating a modern day endgame masterpiece here against Nepo by just 2 minor pieces and pressing on. And it could very well be that Arjun is already on 8.5. Pragg might also join him there if he beats Nepo here.
Oh yeah, I know, but I think Nepo will manage to
He lashes out. He lashes out e5, which may not be the best move. Yeah, he pushes e5. And now bishop g4, and you win the pawn.
Wow, I mean, Nepo cannot sit quietly, but Pragg does not go bishop g4. He plays, what did he play?
He played king f7.
Yeah.
But isn't e6 possible? Exactly. He's okay with e6. He's like, then these pawns are weak.
But for knight e4 after king f7.
Yeah, this is a very intense endgame that's going on between them. And Amrita, as you rightly said, let's go to the women's section, and a huge news incoming. Ekaterina Atalik is winning her game against Goryachkina.
My God, this nobody expected. She has more time on the clock, and her position, the rook on e7, is winning the a6 pawn.
And it could very well happen. Oh, by the way, she falls for a small trick there, and you know what? It was
even I fell for it because I thought she's losing.
You should have first made moves like g3, because this is not falling. But you
rook e6, you don't want rook e6, but rook a8, bishop c5, the pin would be very irritating.
Exactly. So this taking here, now Goryachkina is back in the game, takes on b4, and she's okay. Savita Shri, meanwhile, is better slightly against Humpy. So another game where, you know, Humpy may not be able to win. And Zhu Jinner versus, oh my goodness, this is now equal. If you go to
all three end in a draw, there is, then there will be a lot more people, no? On 8.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, I did not even think of this possibility that if all three draw, then someone from 7.5 could actually come up and join them.
Yeah, but I don't know how many people are there on 7.5.
But I think Tan Shongi might just beat Zhu Jinner now, because she's not only equal, I think she's going to press. So Zhu Jinner has gone terribly wrong here.
Man, this nobody expected. She was winning from the opening. If she doesn't win this, this will haunt her if she misses her World Rapid Championship title.
Amrita, it can happen, because here she played her knight back to e2. Black has 3 pawns for a piece now.
Okay, one Humpy's game, because I think these two boards, it's pretty clear what's happening, but Humpy's game is pretty much complex over there.
If we go to Humpy's board, now Humpy here I think, Amruta, this one is also pretty clear that Humpy may not be, it may not be possible for Humpy to win
Oh.
because she is a pawn down right now.
And also her time is less, so she has to be very careful. Otherwise, Savita Shri might take this
Yeah.
in her pocket.
Actually, if Savita Shri wins, Amruta, and if Zhu Jinner and Goryachkina draw, she reaches the playoffs. So actually, everything for Savita Shri to play for.
And she may not even know that. But, Humpy, till the end, you cannot trick her so easily. She has won the World Rapid twice before. Only two women have done that. And if Humpy wins this title, she will be the only one, the legendary Humpy Sagar. No, okay. Let's quickly go back to also the first game and to have a look at what's happening between Atalik.
And by the way, Amruta,
Mistake. Wait, let's stay here.
which one?
Queen e3 is a mistake by Savita.
Oh, Humpy might just convert this, yeah? Like Queen C2.
But why is it a mistake?
No, you get in with the queen.
You're trapping the bishop on a2 with b3.
Yeah, b3 is a big threat. That's well spotted. So if you go Queen C2 and Bishop C4, then suddenly Queen check, F4, and it seems like you are making some progress with A4 pawn hanging.
But what if Queen c2, Queen b6, Sagar? So that I stop b3,
But then
I
check,
attack
no,
d7.
it falls with a check.
Check.
Okay, so Humpy is better here, maybe slightly pressing. She finds Queen C2. Wow. She finds the move Queen C2. And Amruta, Magnus Carlsen is actually now increasing his advantage against Yas Khan Erdogmus. If we go there on top board, we might get a World Rapid champion here if Magnus may win this.
Wow, so he has won the pawn on e4. It's never easy to sacrifice a pawn to Magnus and not have a right follow-up. Then
Yeah.
you're simply material down and Magnus takes it to major piece endgame.
Magnus Carlsen clearly pushing here. He's clearly better. And
T2 is incoming, Sagar. F2 is under pressure.
And by the way, a big news incoming, Amruta. Andrei Esipenko is beating the world champion Gukesh here, which means that Esipenko might reach 8.5 himself. Wow, this is
Oh my God.
such a tough tournament.
And also something happened on Pragg's board. I don't know. People are saying he is in trouble, but no, it's still equal. It's equal.
Pragnananda, I think Jan Nepomniachtchi somehow managed to hold it. Let's go to the women's section. And guys, it seems Koneru Humpy is going to clutch this. Look at this.
She's won the pawn on a4.
F4, like Savita pushes her pawn forward. Humpy plays F4. Maybe there were other moves as well, but F4, B3,
Yeah, 40 seconds.
perhaps
Both
B3,
of them.
Amruta was stronger. But now she has it under control. The bishop is attacked. D7 is stopped.
And b7 bishop looks like a monster over there. With queen c6 incoming in the future. Or even f3. Oh, that would be epic. d4 played. She gives up the bishop because d7 is her threat, Sagar.
Yeah, you
If you
can't
capture.
take here because D7, but maybe Amruta,
d5.
it's also possible. Maybe you can chop it off. Maybe you can take.
On g2 and winning the d7 pawn.
But easiest is to take the d4 pawn. That's just simple.
But I think she might take the piece, Sagar. She's down to 19 seconds. No, she goes back queen c6 and wins
mate in
d6 pawn.
Threatening mate in one here. And
d5 pushed by Savita here. Humpy captures the pawn on d6 and queen d3.
yes, and now a very cool move is bishop c8 to f5, rerouting the bishop.
Okay, that's a little tough because the bishop was doing so well on the diagonal. You feel like it's putting pressure on d5 pawn. But
And
she
meanwhile,
goes
Amrita,
c5.
a news coming in, Zhu Jinner draws her game against Tan Zhongyi. So whoever wins here has a great chance because Goryachkina and Atalik is ending in a draw.
What are you saying? Humpy has a direct chance of becoming a World Rapid champion.
Again, for the third time without having to go into tie
But
breaks
wait a second.
if she wins.
Let's not go ahead of time. It's a very tricky situation. Savita also a very resourceful player there. Are you sure about the Goryachkina game that's ending in a draw?
Yeah, Amruta, Goryachkina has no chance because if you look at even the position, if you can just see it, she's a pawn down and it would require a complete
yeah.
miracle for her to win. So it all boils down to whether Humpy can win this or not. And clearly she is on course here.
Wow. Wow.
Can we go to Humpy?
So right now we are basically looking at two very critical games where Magnus might after this round become the world rapid champion. One round to spare.
I think
Technically maybe not.
we can't say it because Artemiev would still be at 9. So if he wins, there could be tie breaks, but very close.
And Humpy, very close. I mean, the very important, she, controls her nerves over there. She doesn't feel the stress.
Okay, that she's very good at controlling her nerves and so on. As we know, as we spoke before, if someone has done that before, they are good at it. And Humpy has done that already 2 times. She's a 2-time world rapid champion. And Amruta, it cannot be a coincidence if you win it 3 times. It's like you are really good at rapid chess.
Wow. Yeah. And if she wins this for the 3rd time, I think we would be witnessing that all her championships.
Oh yeah, we were there in 2019, we were there in 2024, and now in 2025. But it's still going on. Right now, 6 pawns for black, 5 pawns for white.
Ooh, and Magnus also clearly winning. That's the news incoming, but 13 seconds for Humpy. She plays g5, double bishops on the board. Not usual endgame actually.
Yeah, but Amruta, now bishop c8 and g4 is incoming, and that looks very strong.
Guys, very few seconds away from getting a new world rapid champion. Actually, not new. It will be the old defending world rapid champion. So that means, can Humpy defend her title?
Savita takes the pawn on e4. Oh, the game could get complex, Amruta. The white king is coming in.
But bishop takes b2 there.
Yes.
Oh, she takes the pawn. And king b5. Maybe if she loses both the pawns over there. f3 is there. Lots of things are happening, Sagar.
f3. Oh, wow. That's very quick vision, Amruta. Because f3, if you take here, then I take on h3 and the h pawn starts to roll. Wow.
I think that's her plan. But she needs to be very careful. d6 has been played.
And by the way, guys.
Oh, nice move there. Bishop c3.
The news is that Magnus Carlsen is totally winning. He's 2 pawns up against Yas Khan. So we will check that game later. He's going to win it for sure.
This one was a very cool move, Sagar. The bishop on d2 literally is dominated. It has to go back home to c1. And now time to push the a pawn because your b4 pawn is protected.
Yeah. And so a4 now.
a3,
oh.
a3, everything incoming.
Wow, that's a big win here. a4 played. And I don't even see, Amruta, any counter play.
And a moment for Magnus, Sagar. The game is over. Magnus beats Yas Khan.
Wow, that's a big victory. Magnus Carlsen is on 10 points, guys.
He won all the games today, huh?
10 or is he on 9.5? Yeah, he's on 10. Insane. And now Humpy is losing one of her bishops, but the other pawns are going to win the day for her. b2 is to be played and b2 played. Bishop takes, and although it's opposite colored bishop endgame, it's g4 is the only winning move, Amruta.
Oh,
Can you find?
No, that's a tough one, no?
That
because you want to play king f.
Actually, it's
bishop
tough.
e4, king e4, a3.
So she makes a mistake. bd4 and guys, f3 and Savita Shri is back. Oh my God, this could go into tie breaks.
Because opposite colored bishops are always the most dangerous ones for drawing chances.
It has happened, Amruta.
Ooh.
g4 was needed to stop this idea. Although I'm curious now.
She goes a3.
Can we go g4 and f3? But maybe there's take and the king comes
King
here.
c5, king h4. There's a route there.
Maybe
And
something like
now-
that was coming. But now it's a draw. Insane
because your
turnaround.
king cannot reach f2 Sagar to attack the g2 pawn, and this bishop is guarding the king. It's more like the king will go into opposition type of a thing.
So then the question is, Amruta, we have top board draw, second board draw, third board draw. Did anyone win below? I think Vaishali won, but she's on 8. So it still would be a 3-way tie because
My God,
Anna Muzichuk and Lei Tingyi also draw. So in a way, we will see a 3-way tie break in the women's section, which means that how it works here is the top player by tie breaks, book holes, will get a rest. Second and third player will play a knockout, like a match with each other, blitz match. And then whoever wins will face the top player. So
Also, to let people know, guys, for women's rapid, this is the final round they are having.
Yeah.
Whereas for the open section, they have
One
another
more.
round. The
There is
last
one more round.
will happen later, and this could very well go into tie breaks. What a big miss by Humpy. You know, you have to carry all the burden, the stress, and all that, because she was the closest to winning, I think, towards the end. But for Lei Tingyi, it was the other way around.
Amruta, do you think there's any twist left here that Humpy could trick her opponent, trick Savita
I
here?
think there is possibility, like it's not completely dead, but Savita also has 1 minute on the clock, so Humpy first needs to gain some time there. King e7, and you know she'll be provoked to play h4, which will be fixing the pawn structure over there.
And the question is whether Magnus has already become the champion with 10 points out of 12. Well, it's not the case because Artemiev is still on 9, which means that technically if Magnus loses last round and Artemiev wins, they will both be on 10.
And there will be a tie break, or maybe if they consider Artemiev beating Magnus, then Artemiev.
No, there is always tie break. On the same score, there is a tie break here. Meanwhile, we have some movement here. Bishop e7, h4, and Savita Shri is holding this.
Yeah, this one is now very, very clear. Which means even if it goes into tie break, Sagar, the top 3 spots will be fixed between these 3 guys. So a medal
between these 3 players, these 3 girls, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, true. So, I mean, they will be top 3. That is Humpy, Zuzhiner, and Alexandra Goryachkina. But who will get the gold? Who will get the silver? And who will get the bronze is the question.
There is
And a draw.
Greed.
What a defense there by Savita. A big miss. The key moment came at this point, guys, when Humpy could have played bishop d4. I mean, she played bishop d4. She should have played g4. And the big point here is that if pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, then it's again a draw after f3. But you know what's the winning move here? Anyone wants to try? Black to play? Yes. Yes. F3. Can you come here? We'll give you a special prize. F3. What's your name? Shivansh gets a very special prize for finding this move. F3. Well done, Shivansh. It was such a beautiful move because pawn takes pawn, h4, and you can see this bishop cannot stop both the pawns. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough there. And g4 also plans to fix this pawn. So if you play f3, I take, king g5. And I was wondering if this is possible to be held to a draw, but not really, because this one, the a pawn starts to roll. Yeah. So, Amruta,
Wow.
we are going into tie breaks and we have a game going on, which is Hans Niemann is trying to beat Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in a rook knight versus rook endgame.
I mean, Hans is white, but black has these 2 pawns.
Yeah, he will lose those 2 pawns.
But he knows that this is not possible, yeah?
It should be a draw. So, in a way, Magnus will have a 1.5 point lead over the entire field except Artemiev. Everyone else will be on 8.5.
Wow. And who are the people? Arjun is also on 8.5.
And
Yeah?
Amrita, think about it. He started the day half a point behind the field. He won 3 games in a row today. Yesterday, he won 2 more games. He has won 5 games in a row. What a streak.
Brilliant. No, what Magnus does is like he has been not just a sole leader, but I definitely think he's
What?
what happened?
Hans Niemann is winning.
No.
Knight F6, King G6, and Rook F7 mate.
But why H3 is a blunder? I mean,
he had to give this Rook F3 check. Oh my God.
oh, the king on
Can
G6
Hans
gets the
Niemann-
shelter.
Then Hans
Oh, he plays
Niemann. No, did he play? Yeah, he played it. Hans
How did
Niemann
it
would then be
go?
the other player.
Oh,
check.
look at him. He's so
Wow, Hans Niemann
shocked.
wins.
Hans smiles over there. He cannot believe what just happened. This is incredible blunder. Oh my God. So heartbreaking for Mamadaro.
Very much so. Very
Like-
much so. But a careless moment there, Amrita, for Mamedyarov. He should have given this check. King
Even
G5.
rook check should work, right? I think he wanted to keep those pawns. You know, it
No,
felt that
Amrita,
it was
Rook A5
easier.
doesn't work. Because
Why?
Rook A5, King G6 with
The
Knight
same
F6.
thing. Rook A6, you give the shelter with Knight F6. Oh my goodness.
And so the moment he played here, Hans found this beautiful mate with Rook D8. There's no Rook coming in. And Hans Niemann joins Artemiev at 9 points
Oh,
with a theoretical chance to catch Magnus still.
wow. So there are 2 people on 9 and Magnus cannot lose the next round. Also, a big question is who is Magnus going to play against?
Yeah, there's
Because-
this very famous story, right? That there's this thing where all the mice get together and say that, whenever the cat comes, our life is in danger. So what we should do is we should bell the cat. And then they were like, yeah, that's a great thing. Yeah, it's perfect. We should do it. But then they asked who will bell the cat. And everyone was like, yeah, we don't know who will do that. So yeah, while we have these scenarios that Artemiev could become the champion or Hans Niemann could become the champion, the question is who will beat Magnus? And right now, it looks who will play him? You know him? Shimanov, Sindarov, or Wesley So. No, it should be Sindarov.
Oh,
Because,
yeah. He can stop Magnus Carlsen like he
Because-
did in freestyle for at least a few games.
Javokir Sindarov really backs himself. Or Anish
Or
Giri as
Anish
well.
Giri.
Okay. Wow, that would be an epic
Maybe
finale.
I want to show the audience also over here.
Yeah, we have a lot of people here, and which means, guys, it's not just the last round in the Open. We are also going to focus on the tie breaks in the women. And as per the tie breaks, Vivek Bhai, it is Humpy who is number 1, or maybe that player gets it's not out yet. So chess, we have. So Zhu Jinner is at top spot because of her tie break. So she gets a rest in the tie breaks. That means Goryachkina and Humpy will play each other in 2 games of 3+2. And if it is 1-1, they play a sudden death of 3+2. It goes on, I guess. So as of now, Goryachkina, Humpy coming up, and the winner will play Zhu Jinner. What an exciting day of chess we are having. All of you stay back. We will be.
On our live stream also, guys, can you just wave to our live stream?
Wow. Thank you so much. So many people have turned up here in Doha, Qatar. It's a. Arkady, what a day we are having. This is insane. The finale in the women's section.
Yes, Conor could.
Maybe you could use.
Yes, it's quite dramatic. Hampi could win the game, but it was a bit tricky
Yeah,
to find on the seconds. I saw it to find G4 and then this.
F3 and sack
yeah,
and make
yeah,
the
yeah,
H1 passer.
No, it's not that easy. It's with bishop e5 first, and then the right move not to pass immediately, but to take on G4.
Yes.
And then you have two threads.
Correct.
Two threads from two sides, and that, yeah.
So it was an insane, and I think this time, because there are going to be playoffs, it will be last year it was like you could play till the end, but this time there is a sudden death.
So no two winners anymore. Yeah, it's until sudden death. Exactly, and then it's Jujiner against Alexander Gorechkina, I guess.
It's actually right now Zuzhiner is at the top, and so Humpy and Goryachkina will play each other for the
Are you sure?
playoff. Yes, because they both are on same score.
No, the additional coefficient is.
So in women there is only top two players.
Top two,
In open it's like, or in both.
No, it's top two only.
Oh, top two. Oh, I was.
Let's check, but I think it's,
yeah. I checked. Maybe we can check with the regulations and come back here, because whether it's just top two or whether 2 and 3 play and then play against first, we'll get that clarification in. But yeah, we'll see you in a bit. We'll take a short break and come back. Thank you.
Okay.
ये म्यूट कर दूं.
It's Blitz.
Blitz is different from Rapid, the tiebreak.
Yeah. Blitz, we have the playoffs.
welcome back, everyone. The final round of the Open tournament of the World Rapid Championship is about to begin. And in the women's section, we have a small update for you that it's going to be a tie break between the top two finishers only. It's going to be a tie break between Zuziner and Alexandra Goryachkina, Amruta.
Yeah, it's definitely a big heartbreak for Koneru Hampi, who was just right, there about to win her game, and everything flipped around.
Right. And it was a tough finish for her, but it'll be interesting to see who wins between Goryachkina and Zuziner, because I think, Amrita, they both are two of the most prominent female players in the world of chess right now, and it'll be fun to see the tie break.
Absolutely. And also because the rest of the standings remain the same. Third place goes to Koneru Hampi. She's got a medal again in World Rapid. Just missed to create the world record of being the only female where she wins World Rapid for the 3 times.
Yes.
But okay, it happens. It haunts. And we also have 4th place for Savita Shri, who played incredible. And the 5th place went to Vaishali.
Yes, and 6th went to Atalik Ekaterina, 7th to Le Tingye, 8th to Divya Deshmukh, 9th to Katerina Lagno, and 10th to Tan Zhongyi. That's how the top 10 places are. And in the open section, it's super exciting right now, because now there is an outside chance that we could have tie breaks, Amruta.
Absolutely, and the rules are different for the open section and the women's section. If at all we land up in 3 players on the same points, there will be a tiebreaker between all of them.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I got confused between open and women. That's why I said, it'll be between Hampi and Goryachkina there, but it was not to be. The scenario is Magnus plays Anish on top board, Wesley versus Artemiev, and MVL versus Niemann.
You know what I'm guessing, Sagar? Top 2 boards, quick draws.
I don't know. I mean, think about it. Magnus could offer a draw to Anish, because with a draw, he becomes the champion.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe Anish has nothing much to play for, right? Like, he wouldn't finish in top 3. Maybe he can, actually.
I mean, he would have had a lot to play for, but here he has a family. So agreeing for a draw, going back to the little kids would also be equally exciting.
Do you think? Oh, but I mean, he can go back to them after 30 minutes as well.
But look at Anish, he's right there, always joking around, makes the arbiter laugh. Some hand gestures. Look at what do you think Sagar is saying?
He's saying like, the security people made me do this, and what were they thinking? What would I be carrying with me? And MVL there waiting and having fun there. And
guys, you can watch this footage on FIDE's channel. There are players over there, and last round is going to be exciting. You can also hear our commentary. Lots of stuff happening here, Sagar. And yeah, Anish always in a jolly mood. And Sagar, I also want to give you a gift, small little gift.
Yeah.
This is the gift for you.
Wow. What is written here, Amrita?
Any guesses?
Welcome.
No, Sagar.
My name.
Exactly. That's
It's
your
Sagar.
name in Arabic over here. Thanks to Ayman over there, who is very good at calligraphy, and we can get our names scripted.
Wow. So can anyone go there and get their names?
Yes. Right now, like, he comes and he goes, but yeah, very artistic.
Wow. Thank you. That was very kind of them. It's my name here written. And guys, the pairing for the last round is...
Oh, look, Hans Niemann.
Arey, Amrita, mere ko khatam.
Sorry, but look, Hans and Anish talking.
मैं pairing पढ़ रहा हूँ.
That's what, sometimes wives do. Sometimes I change my role. Okay, let's go, Sagar.
So
Go on.
Carlsen versus Anish, and Magnus can be only caught by Artemiev and Niemann. Artemiev plays Wesley So, and Niemann plays MVL. So that's how the pairings are. Niemann has to beat MVL and hope that Anish beats Magnus to have any chance of first place.
But I'm guessing, whether it is going to be a shorter draw or not.
Do you think Amruta Niemann is motivating Anish to fight today? Hans will be like, Anish,
He's
go.
like, then I will sponsor from Endgame AI. But I doubt that, Sagar. Everybody is very, very tired by the final round, and not just these boards, Sagar. We will see a lot of draws on the last round because people will try to conserve their energy for World Blitz Championship, which begins from tomorrow. And somehow it doesn't even give you a feeling that this has been such a short tournament because they play so many rounds.
Yeah, it's a very intense one. And I think that's why 5 days is the perfect time. Anything more and everyone would go home completely exhausted. We also must mention that Arjun takes on Alexander Shimanov. If Arjun wins, he has a chance to finish in top 3. The same go because he has, I think, a good tiebreak in 8.5 points. The best tiebreak right now is MVL. And the second best is Arjun. Third is Alexander Shimanov. Then you have Yas Khan, who's also on 8.5. Sindarov is also on 8.5. Dominguez is on 8.5.
Yeah, everybody is laughing and in a jolly mood, but no, not them. They're very serious. Um, yeah, all these people over there, a final look at how everyone is feeling. Very cool. Going.
I think, Amruta, everyone's joking because everyone knows that, the top spot has been sealed. But those who are fighting for second and third spot, I believe they will be very serious.
Okay, one prediction from you, Sagar.
Yeah.
Do you think they will agree for a draw within 10 moves?
Let's ask our viewers here. Guys, do you think Magnus offers a draw first? And secondly, do you think Anish
can
Giri...
also offer a draw, no?
Yeah, anyone offers a draw? And do you think the other player would accept it and it would be a very short draw? No?
No.
No? No. Wow, so everyone here feels it's not going to be a short draw. My sense is saying it could be.
Can it be shorter than Tata Steel?
Actually, I remember Anish offered Magnus a draw in 4 moves in Tata Steel. Chess India after Vidit versus Magnus, that shortest draw. But Magnus declined it and then they anyway drew after 20 moves. So I feel like somehow if you look at Anish, he's in such good spirits that he doesn't want to play, I think. That's my feeling, but I may be totally wrong.
Yeah, if I had a choice right now, I would have had Ella and Sopiko both over here in the commentary box. But
Oh, the game has started. Magnus is not there and Anish is waiting. Wow. Magnus Carlsen not on the board. Interesting. Yeah, when he doesn't come on time, and there he is. He comes like only 10, 15 minutes, 10, 15 seconds late. He takes off his jacket, which is a small sign that he wants to play a long game. Amruta. Maybe Magnus wants to win 11 out of 13. That's also
that's
something.
possible because he had 2 losses yesterday and
No, 1 loss.
1 loss against Artemiev yesterday, and he would want to score an amazing point.
He plays e4 and Anish fighting.
What?
Sicilian.
Okay.
Guys, you are right.
Sire Alapin.
Oh, he plays Alapin.
They are right. Knight f6, that's the line which I definitely love. E5, knight d5.
I think Alapin, Amruta, is an opening which you play when you don't want to risk it too much. And if the opponent risks a lot, then you can get the point.
But in a way, Alapin is also saying that, okay, I might be okay for a draw if you want to offer,
Okay, d6.
10
played.
moves, 10 moves. Draw or not?
I think, Amruta, not. Maybe not. And we also have perhaps lift off in the game of Goryachkina and Zhu Zhiner. If we go there, yeah, there we have. This is the tie breaks. And here is the board. Goryachkina and Zhu Zhiner play 3+2, 2 games. And Yeah.
Yeah, and that also, if it lands in equal, I think it's a Armageddon.
Mm.
Yeah.
So knight to e3. I think Goryachkina seems to me a small favorite in this one, is my feeling, but we'll see how this goes. Going back to the Magnus versus Anish game. So right now, early days, Magnus taking a lot of time, Anish blitzing out his moves.
I think Magnus is thinking bishop c4 or c takes d4.
He
but
takes.
He takes, yeah. And now whether black will go e6 and convert into, that line where later knight c3, b takes c3. Very comfortable position over there. But as you said, if anybody, then it has white can put some pressure, subtle pressure.
Right. And by the way, guys, one very interesting, let's go to second board, Wesley versus Artemiev. Here, it's interesting who wants to play for a win, because Artemiev might want to continue. He has made quick draws today. Today, whether he wants to fight or not, we will see. MVL versus Hans Niemann, another Italian. It seems like an Italian fest here. Everyone's playing the Italian.
Without pizza, it cannot be Italian fest, Sagar.
Tonight we'll try to eat pizza. And Arjun, meanwhile, his opponent, Alexander Shimanov, says that Arjun, you don't have to worry about me going for a draw or something. I'm here to beat you. I'm playing the King's Indian defense. So I think Arjun has a great chance to play a fighting game and play for a full point.
Wow, and the line already is slightly better for Arjun.
Yeah.
Which is a good start for him. And Shimano having 15 minutes on the clock, maybe he is anyway prepared for it.
I think Shimano should not be underestimated here, Amruta. He has a huge list of players whom he has beaten. Andrekin, Anish, Fabiano, Dubov. What a player. He's played incredibly well. The only guy he lost to is Hans Niemann. And then we have Javokir Sindarov versus Andrei Esipenko, another Italian. Wow, last round. And there we have Lenier Dominguez versus Yas Khan Erdogmus. Wow, this is a fun game, Amruta. And we have a Sicilian Najdorf.
Exactly. It's going to be long castle versus short castle. It's going to go crazy. And also Dominguez has 15 minutes, 46 seconds on the clock.
Right, let's go back to the Magnus game. We have some moves that have been played. So after CD, knight c6, Magnus attacked the knight dropped back, bishop went ahead, pawn takes pawn, knight takes, bishop d7, takes the bishop, queen takes, knight c3, threatening d5, e6, castles, rook d8. And look at Anish's time, Amruta. He has 15 minutes, 47 seconds. Very well prepared.
Wow, yeah. I mean, we all know that Magnus doesn't like to prepare opening so much. And if Anish brings in some novelty, because he's very good at bringing in novelties, that can land Magnus in trouble.
Yeah, at least it will make it exciting here that he has to fight. I am wondering if Magnus is thinking of some way to kind of equalize the game, a move like d5, but it doesn't seem to work yet.
I was looking at it. So what happens if d5, e takes d5, rook? You'll directly start with knight. Yeah, why will you allow rook?
Yeah, because Amruta takes. I have a rook here. It seems safe.
So it's a free pawn. That means that Magnus has an isolated pawn, which Anish is trying to create a target. And that's a great imbalance to fight for.
Oh, by the way, in the women's section, if we quickly go there in the tie breaks, we have Alexandra Goryachkina with a decisive advantage here against Zuzhiner, which means that she will take the lead. Oh, tactics.
But that was a desperate attempt because white is simply a pawn up. It looks like a passer. She definitely missed somewhere.
Oh, I was wondering, Amruta, if you could potentially take here, and take here. Even this seems totally
great
winning.
Calculations, Sagar, giving up the queen. But I think she didn't want to do all of that in a very critical game.
Yeah, because maybe there was also this move CD4 here. which would have been a bit of a problem. But anyway, queen b6, take, queen h4. Oh, and a beautiful move by Goryachkina. Just as the attack was coming, she runs away.
No, that was a great find because escaping is important. The king is not a thief but needs to escape. We have an important super chat by Sir Zex. Magnus also played a Lapin in World Cup against Pragnananda tiebreak.
Oh, yeah, I think those who know that you need a draw, Alapin is the safest choice. We know it from our World Cup games also, where Jose Martinez beat two opponents. One was Nodirbek Abdusattarov, another one was someone else, by playing the Alapin. Okay, for Magnus, he has to be slightly careful because if he tries to go for a draw,
we have the video of
no, let's go to Magnus board. Sorry. Yes. So Anish gets up. He plays bishop e7. He gets up from the board.
you know, one knight which is usually on f6 is on b6 right now. h7 is slightly, you know, under pressure whenever white short castles. There is this diagonal b1 to h7, and suddenly the knight jumping from e4 to g5. These are the ideas black has to be careful for.
Okay, but Amrita, here, do you think that Magnus would get like, okay, let's take on c6, queen
Giving
takes,
that bishop.
queen takes, and pawn takes. And it feels like this is a very clean way to equal, like sort of make the game equal. Bishop e3, rook c1, knight e4, knight c5. Just play this position.
This is comfortable, but I think one of the rule for a draw is like you don't give it so comfortable.
One of the rule for draw is that you don't play for it. If you start playing for a draw, it can get very nasty. So you keep playing the best moves and then the draw comes on its own.
True, because many people who've gone to play for a draw have often lost.
But look at Hans Niemann on board 3. He is saying to everyone that I am going to play for a win here, and I think he will definitely be wanting to reach 10 points.
Well, because he has a maximum chance, considering if Wesley being such a strong opponent, if that game ends in a draw,
then Hans could win the silver.
Yeah.
If Anish
Amazing.
and Magnus ends in a draw. And let's go to Arjun on board 4. And what a game we have here. Because we left it off here. D5, knight jump to H5, G3 and F5 by Shimanov. Takes, knight H4, attacking the knight here on H5. So the knight drops back. Queen C2, attacking the pawn. Knight B4, queen B3, A5, A3, knight goes back, queen comes back, knight to C5, and what happens if I take here? What is the best move here for black? Black to play, guys. I won a pawn, but what's the best move? Yes. Knight f e4. What a beautiful move with a discovered attack on the queen and f2 pawn. What's your name? Can you come here? We would love to give you a small prize for giving this beautiful answer. Let's give a round of applause to our champion here. What's your name? Khalid. His name is Khalid, and Khalid, congratulations for giving this wonderful answer here, knight to e4.
Thanks to the Freedom Group that they have sponsored these giveaways, and we can ask a lot of questions again last round.
Yes, last round, but Amrita, more than the questions on my mind are who's going to come out on top here. But okay, in the Arjun game.
Do we want to quickly have a look at Goryachkina because it would be in final moments right now?
Oh, we have a result already in the Goryachkina game. The game has finished in a win for Alexandra. Just to show you how this game ended, we left it off at king going to f1. Rook came up, king went to e2. Zuzhiner tried to attack, but Goryachkina was very precise. And in spite of getting some play, it was not enough. And there you see a comfortable win. And now all that she needs is a draw in the next game to become the world rapid champion.
Wow. So the question will be whether Zhu Jinner can make a comeback with the white pieces, which is the only thing in her favor right now for with the white pieces.
True, very true. And Amrita, going back to Magnus Carlsen's game, what we spoke did happen. Bishop e7, bishop e3, a6 was played. Bishop takes, queen takes, queen takes, pawn takes, rook c1, rook b8. And now Magnus is clearly fine, completely fine.
Okay, two minor pieces have been exchanged, queens have been exchanged. Yeah, black is okay. In a normal scenario, Magnus may not want to enter such a situation, giving so comfortable equality to the black pieces. This already shows that Magnus is not very ambitious here.
Yeah,
And,
if you draw the game and become a world champion, then why not? I mean, I think this is the only case where Magnus is not super ambitious. Otherwise, he's just always trying for the win.
I absolutely agree. And quick moves happening.
He doubles down the c file.
So, and I was wrong. No draw in 10 moves.
No
Sagar.
draw. Yeah, they are fighting still.
It's a long.
In fact, guys, if you think about it, let's say Magnus goes king f1, knight to d5. If knight takes knight, and now something like e takes, this would be a nice try for black because the d pawn is a bit weak, it's isolated. But if it turns, you should never take this knight. I think just play b3, knight a4, try to come to c5 if possible, but if not, just stay there.
But Sagar, one question, if black has got this easy equality, okay, let's say, in which ways or in which universe you see that black can be pressing here?
I think you just need to change the opponent to press. With Magnus, it feels very difficult to press here.
Mm-hmm.
He just knows what are the dangers. He'll never fall for them. Unlikely.
Wow. Okay, so then that means Magnus, as of now, on the route to become the sole champion.
Yeah, he will get his 19th world title, Amrita, which is incredible. And he would be gunning for his 20th with the World Blitz title.
Wow.
20 titles is like 20 Grand Slams in tennis, you know.
And does anyone know over here which was the year where Magnus won both the titles in the same year?
Yes. 14, 19 and 23. Yes.
Wow. That is amazing. Year.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well done, Lokesh. You get this very special prize for your knowledge on this. Can he make it the 4th time?
I think yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks for entertaining commentary and all.
Thank you. Thank you. So king to f1 played, and Anish is thinking here for his move. And Amrita, meanwhile on board 2, let's quickly go. Wesley So versus Artemiev. This looks like the game is getting intense with Artemiev pushing the pawn forward.
And it seems Wesley is not interested in any draw or something. He's also with the white pieces wanting to beat Artemiev, Sagar.
I guess everyone got ambitious, in the last round. No one. By the way, a huge update. Arjun Erigaisi's advantage has become substantial here.
Wow, he's crushing it.
Yeah, because here he did not take the pawn. We saw the tactic. Khaled told us the variation. He came back. F4. That was very, very ambitious.
No, but how is he playing f4 with the king on g8, opening up the g file?
You know, Amrita, he thought the white king is also weak, but Arjun simply long castled, and now the king will be safe on b1. And you are absolutely right. The black king in big trouble.
Wow, I mean, Shimanov has had an incredible tournament. So even for Arjun to beat him in such a manner is going to be a great result.
Will this be Arjun's first medal if he wins here? It could be that he finishes in top 3.
Possible? Are there chances?
Yeah. there are chances for sure, because he will reach 9.5 and he's never won a medal at World Rapid and Blitz. So this could be his first one.
Yeah, but he has come close so many times, and if that happens, it would be very deserving. Wow, maybe at some point we can also, directors have show the audience over here. We have a camera, I guess, in between on the live stream,
Oh, nice.
online stream, I mean.
And Amruta, we should quickly check what's happening with Javokir Sindarov and Andrei Esipenko, because both of them are on 8.5, and all the players on 8.5 technically have a chance to win a medal. So here, knight to a5 played by Esipenko, and what a crazy game they have.
Esipenko, who is in the candidates, is another candidate, and he has reached
Both
and is fighting.
candidates.
Yes.
Can we go to board number 5 here? Yeah, board number 5. Yes, there they are. B takes a6.
This one is creating some psychological image as well, because they will fight against each other very soon.
And Amrita, I want to quickly draw our attention to board number 6 between Lenier Dominguez and Yas Khan Erdogmus. I think Lenier Dominguez might be pressing here in this Sicilian position with a central knight against the youngster Yas Khan.
Yeah.
And
you think anything like later knight c4, bishop c4, bc4 things is possible?
yeah, it's possible. Come here, I take, you take, I come into the center, or maybe I go back somewhere else.
So it's not an easy position. Yes, the engine favors white, but there is a lot of spiciness for black.
Look at this, Amruta. If you take here, I take the knight. If you take my queen, I play b takes a2, and it's a forced queen.
Oh, that's such a great variation. Beautiful.
It's something to remember, that this pawn can never be stopped here by anyone, because king can't go out, the queen can't come here, no one is stopping it. So yeah, tactics can happen in this game, but Dominguez is better. And huge update on board 7, Sam Savian is winning his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi right out of the opening.
Wow, I mean, the king on f8 looks so bad.
Yeah, this move 95 was a huge mistake by Nepo. He simply missed this move, bishop e7, and then his king side was broken, and his king has gotten into a big trouble. It is almost done, this game.
Because rook d3, rook g3.
Take, rook d1.
And now rook d3, rook g3.
And now Amruta just queen g5 with rook d8 coming. It's over. So Nepo might lose this. Sam will reach 8. Let's go to board 1. We have Magnus here and Anish playing on.
Okay, this is going on, Sagar. This game seems like they have no thought of a draw right now. Bishop d2 is played. Anish down to 8 minutes almost. Magnus having 10 minutes over here. Black would be happy after a takes b4 if he gets. So I don't think he's going to take the bishop on d2. But also knight c5 incoming.
So you are saying, like, let's say I make a move like h6, and if Magnus takes, pawn takes, this is an improvement for black.
I thought so, is it?
Yeah, it is. c3 is weak, a2 is weak.
Oh, there is a draw while we were discussing everything.
Magnus is the World Rapid Champion 2025.
Wow.
What a player, guys. What a player. And Magnus Carlsen, if we can remove the board there. Yep. There we have Magnus Carlsen getting his 19th world title.
He does it every single time, Sagar. Every single time. Wherever he lands in the middle of the tournament, it doesn't matter. He makes sure that the end is always wonderful for himself.
Yeah, I think overall, they say that, when you play open, when I used to play open tournaments, they would say that there are certain grandmasters who just peak on the last day, in the last round, because they want to win the prize money. They want to just take home the title. And I get that thing with Magnus. On the last day, he just peaks.
Absolutely. Like there is so much willpower in him to make a comeback. And as we all call him, whenever he's like a wounded lion, everybody is in danger. Like it's impossible to escape from him, Sagar. So amazing, like brilliant. I don't even see, like we're so lucky to witness such a journey. 19th world title as we were discussing, and another one might happen.
Yeah, we'll see what happens after 2 days, but this in itself, huge result. Meanwhile,
Sagar, one thing we must point out that it is his first world title after becoming a dad. So a very, very special gift for his son.
Yes, a huge gift for his little one who's here, and I think they'll celebrate the Christmas or the year end together. But Amruta, Alexandra Goryachkina is doing this very professionally against Zhu Jinner. She won the first game. In the second game, Zhu Jinner, in a must-win, said, "Let me try my luck with B3." And she tried to play an offbeat opening, but Goryachkina was like, "Okay, I mean, you can't beat me like this. I'm just doing quite okay here." I think black is completely fine.
You know, even if black is fine, still this is the best chance for Zhu Jinner, where the black king doesn't have too many pieces over there with the pawn on e5, maybe some sacrifice on h6. That's your try. Otherwise, you're anyway gone.
Right. Okay. So good point, Amruta. You are right that somehow she has to create some chances. She's trying her best. And maybe we stick here till the end of this, because a new world champion will also be crowned here after this game, perhaps.
Oh, yes. Actually true. What are the chances, according to you, Sagar, Zhu Jinner makes a comeback? Because already she has made slight comeback in terms of, you know, she was in big trouble. But now she is doing pretty well, guys. F file is open if you look here. The knight is going to jump where? Oh, F5. A bad move by Goryachkina.
Okay.
Do you take on F6?
Yeah,
Yes, she
takes. Bishop takes.
E6 is weak now.
E6 is weak, Amruta, but difficult to attack as the queen is defending. By the way, we have a super chat on our live stream by Lilu Marathi, who says, "Carlsen to NRK on Erdogmus." He says, "He's the best 14-year-old the world has ever seen. We are going to hear a lot about him in the future."
Wow, that's such a compliment for Yaz Khan. I think he's going to be also very motivated by the statement. And this is what Magnus has always done, inspired the young generation globally.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we already have news that the bronze medal went to Koneru Hampi in the women's section. The gold and silver will be decided by this match. Whoever wins this will get the gold. The loser of this match gets silver. Rookie 1. And
shall we come back here, Sagar, with a quick look at other?
You want to? Okay.
Very quick look.
Oh, by the way, Arjun Erigaisi has played a brilliancy, Amruta. Look at the move that he played here.
No, it looks visually very beautiful.
He played Queen F7, put his bishop on G6. If you take,
check, knight G6.
I mean, taking here is a nice move, but there's even a more beautiful move aesthetically. Can anyone find it? White to play. A nice move, aesthetic move. Very good. What's your name?
Wow.
Kishore, well done. Maybe we can give Kishore a small gift for finding this move so quickly, Kishore. You are incredibly fast. Come. And he gets this small goodie bag from Freedom. Thank you, Kishore, for finding the answer. Rook to E7, Queen E7, and Knight G6, and you lose the Queen. So in the game, he goes Queen D7. Arjun plays Bishop F5, Queen F7, and I think you just have to finish this off in some way.
But Arjun has 8 minutes to do all the calculations, and we already know that in 10 seconds what Arjun is capable of calculating.
Right. So Arjun might win this game and has a chance to finish in top 3. Not sure, it will depend on the results of others. Meanwhile, let's go back to the women's blitz. And here we see that Zuzhiner has a small opportunity
Wow.
to try something.
But that is huge, Sagar, because from the position she had, at least now she says, your pawns are isolated. This might be my best chance because you will be in pressure.
Yes, and look at this. B5, pawn takes pawn, bishop takes, attacks the rook, c4, king comes up, and white is positionally better. Wow. Maybe we might go into another game if Zuzhiner wins this.
Rook f2, not the best idea.
Yeah,
Do we want to go-
Amrita, the better move was rook e1 trying to get in this way, but she went rook f2.
But
Let's
now
stop.
king g8. Maybe black should stop the entry.
Yeah,
It's
king,
important.
king g8 might be the
But
move.
she didn't play
Oh,
that.
she plays bishop c2, which is a very cool move.
Mhm.
Rook f8, rook d3, king e2, and rook to c3. And check, and you are winning. Oh, can you take? Oh, this is
bishop
so
c4,
beautiful.
rook c5.
Amrita, look at this. Take, and now rook e3 check, and you win the knight.
Wow. Yeah, this one is a draw. Okay. Oh, that happens, Sagar.
Oh my goodness.
That happens.
Okay, if Goryachkina plays so well, then she deserves the world title. Like, what do you do?
Of course.
So well she played. She found this entire sequence. She's completely winning, and she's now winning this. And all that she needs is a draw. So she may even offer a draw and get that point
No,
and become.
Sinner is not gonna be accepting that draw.
Okay, Amrita. Here takes.
I mean, until you have that e pawn.
Look
you
at
keep
the
fighting.
speed at which they are playing. Rook c4, bishop f7, winning. She missed it. Here,
Yeah,
take, and bishop f7.
But that does mean that Guryachkina just a few.
Oh, she did
seconds
it.
away.
She did it actually. H5, and now H4. You're going into a queen endgame. And I think Zuzhiner can offer a draw here because she can never win the endgame. Being a pawn down.
That was nice. She adjusted her piece before pressing the clock. Wow.
And final moments before we get a new world rapid women's champion. A draw for and Goryachkina has become the world champion. Women's world champion in rapid chess. What a nice result there for Goryachkina.
Yeah, I mean, it was very tough to go through a tiebreaker. Never easy. And I think for Goryachkina, I don't remember that if she has won this title before or is it her first time. We will confirm that very soon to you, Sagar. But right now.
Yeah, let's go back to the open section and we go to the games because Magnus has already become the world champion. Oh, board number 2, we have a draw, which means Vladislav Artemiev most likely confirms his silver medal. That's my feeling.
But no, it depends on Hans.
Yes.
Silver or bronze, we can say.
Because his tiebreak is insanely high.
Absolutely. That means maybe if Hans Niemann does not lose, then
but
he will definitely be
Hans Niemann has to win in order to go ahead of Artemiev, and he cannot win this position because MVL is quite.
Can we go
solid.
to the position actually?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is the position.
Yeah.
And Hans Niemann, I don't think can win this, which means he will also move to 9.5. Then Arjun Erigaisi,
maybe 4th,
who is playing right now against Alexander Shimanov. He is completely winning at this point, but let's see if he can win. If he wins, he will also reach 9.5. So it will be Niemann, Artemiev, Arjun. Yes. He missed again, but he had played it, no, once. Here.
Here he played bishop g6.
No, he played bishop g6, then queen d7, then he played this, and then he could have repeated, with the brilliancy, but he took here. And then knight f5, and we are here. This is the live position.
Yeah, the knight is clearly the more dominant piece than this bishop over here. And the king on h8, the g8 square is so weak. If at all one check you get with the support, it would be a mate.
Can we get Arjun on the screen? Yes.
Yep. That's there. Okay, position-wise, Sagar, white is dead winning and also more time in hand.
But
So,
Amruta, there are other people who are there on 8.5. Look at this.
Anish Giri, firstly, I think he drew his game.
But he's on 9. So he's
Losing.
out of the medal race. We have Dominguez, who is winning his game, or not winning, he's better against Yaz Khan. So Dominguez could potentially reach 9.5.
Mhm.
There's also Javokir Sindarov versus Andrei Esipenko. And this battle between two candidates, or as Amruta likes to call them, candidatians, seems to be going in the favor of black right now. Somehow there's pressure here. Weak pawn. Oh, he takes. Rook takes c4.
Okay, this I feel not much chance for Sindaro at least. With the weak pawn structure. Also, the c pawn is a passer, which could be slightly favorable for black in general. So, if anyone, then it would be Esipenko.
Yeah, so Esipenko trying here. Arjun trying there.
Maybe we'll stick to Arjun's game right now because it's the most happening game.
It's quite
And,
exciting, to be honest. Yes.
Yeah, he still needs to convert it. Things could go wrong if he's not careful because there is
Let's
a
go to
bit
board
side
number 4.
castling.
And we can also see Amruta board 3 very quickly because I was just
Yeah, Hans
thinking
Niemann.
Hans Niemann.
Draw, Sagar. Oh, what? Hans is pressing this?
Well, Hans loves to keep playing. You know, that's one of the things that is so incredible about him. He never agrees to short draws. Always fighting.
Okay, but I still think that because MVL has more time, he will manage a
Oh.
draw.
Oh.
So let's move to Arjun's game right now because we need to know whether he is going to be joining to share the second place. I mean, joint second.
Okay, going back to this game, and 3 minutes 50 seconds for him. Hasn't played a move yet.
What should white play here? Oh, he is giving the answer F3.
F3.
I
And
don't expect this move, but
Rook
Shimanov.
p6. Shimanov is like, I want to checkmate you, but that's what Arjun played f3 for. He's going to play rook g2. He'll defend it sideways here.
Nice. Or rook e2, rook g2. Anything should be. Also, the bishop on f8, which is a bad piece there, but white still needs to find ways to, get to the king on h8. Either the rook on 7th rank or doubling the rooks on the g file. Yeah, he goes rook g2.
G2.
Sagar, a dream scenario would be to get the rook on the h file. And
or maybe just g file, Amruta, double and try to get in here because there are not enough square. I mean, you can go bd6.
Because major piece endgame might be okay for black, yeah?
Yeah, I think in general you have to checkmate the black king here. I don't think you want to go into any endgames.
But also he can win the f4 pawn at the right time. That could be an idea. And just materially he is able to convert his advantage. But the final round, players have less energy right now. They need to be careful to not make blunders over here.
Amruta, one player I want to call out here is Samir Shahidi from Slovakia. What a tournament this guy has had. He won 5 games in a row by beating Gabriel Geweiler, IM, then Adelard Bai, another IM, then Richard Rapport, Vasily Ivanchuk, and Jules Mussad. He's right now on 8 points. He's playing Alexander Grishchuk. So Samir is here, and we also have his manager here who is sitting in the crowd. Roman is here, and he is a very proud manager right now because Samir is playing brilliant chess.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 is very difficult, I think. Generally, Magnus does that. So this is insane.
He did a Magnus there. Going back to board number 4, rook comes to b3.
Okay, let's guess the next move for Arjun here, Sagar. What would you play before he plays?
Rook g1. I hope I didn't blunder something. I want to double.
With the mating threat of rook g8, but he says no. He wants to move the queen. Queen to e6.
Ah, that's a smart move. If you trade queens and get a passer, then that pawn will just queen.
Yeah, so basically queen takes e6 is out of question here.
But
What?
but Amruta, anything else means a mate on g8. So that's why he took, and now
Rook
guys,
E8.
e7 is coming. If you play rook e8, then rook g1 and a mate coming in, and we have our very good friend Grandmaster
Wow.
Harshit Raja. Harshit bhai, come.
Join us.
He was playing this tournament. He usually commentates with us.
Let's go, guys.
Harshit bhai, how was your last round?
It was very good, actually.
You won?
I won.
You beat whom?
David Paravian,
Wow, and Harshit Raja scores 7 points.
7.5.
7.5. Whoa. Unfortunately, we couldn't see many of your games, Harshit bhai.
But I'm telling you for sure, I enjoy being with you guys more. It's so stressful down there. Oh my God, everyone is so serious. But it's what's happening? It's Arjun versus Shimanov.
Arjun is fighting
Oh, it's mating, yeah?
for the top spot in this tournament. Sorry, top spot as in the medals.
So he wins.
And-
wow.
Resignation by Shimanov. Arjun will be fighting for joint second place.
Yeah, he's on 9.5 along with Artemiev and most likely also Hans Niemann here. So if we go, and so maybe
Magnus won the tournament.
Need to shift to Hans' game right now because
Yeah.
it's very important whether Hans wins or it will be a draw.
so Hans Niemann, I think will draw this. Harshit bhai, what do
Yeah,
you think?
I think this will most likely end in a draw.
Someone in the chat has said Harshit scored only 3 points less than Magnus.
No, that's a lot.
So,
But we played the same amount of games, yeah.
but 7.5 is an insane score. Harshit bhai, you must be gaining a lot of rating.
Yeah, to be honest, the advantage for me was that, whenever everyone plays with me, they're professionals and I'm like, for them, I'm a commentator. So they really want to beat me. And
Ah.
I think that gives me a lot of chances.
So they want
They're
to
like-
beat you, and you manage to then use that ambition against them.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm having fun. My only motivation here is to just enjoy the games. Whereas for them, they want to win prizes. So I think this, just playing freely kind of makes it easier for me to play, I think.
So Harshit being the commentator, he's actually tricking his opponents.
Yeah,
Psychologically.
I think instead of trying to work hard on chess, he just changed his role, and now this might be your best
Yeah.
performance.
Yeah, it's my okay. I'm very curious to see who's gonna win. So Magnus won.
Magnus
Arjun,
won. Arjun and Hans Niemann Artemiev will end on 9.5.
okay.
Although there are some other games like Lanier is still
Ooh.
playing. Sam Savian beat Jan Nepomniachtchi with a beautiful finish.
Rook b8 check. If you
Rook
take with the
b8.
queen,
Can we ask our viewers here white to play, guys? What was the move?
Oh yeah, he's
yes,
because-
queen h8, exactly.
Well done. Queen
he's
h8
got a-
check, and you
Have you won the prize before? No.
What's the prize?
this-
Wow, very cool. What's your name?
Wow.
We have a prize.
Palash. Palash wins a prize. How old are you, Palash? 7 years old, and you found this tactics in less than 7 seconds. So quick.
If I knew there was a prize, even I would answer.
Only for non-GMs.
Thanks
Okay,
to Freedom
so-
that these prizes are there, which makes it exciting. Yeah.
Maxime versus Hans. Maybe do you think there's something can happen? Because Hans has 30 seconds.
I don't. Oh, do you think like who's trying? I feel like it's Hans. Both are trying. In fact, I feel.
Both, I mean, because a win would mean a medal. Whereas if you draw,
No, I mean if Hans wins, he's sure shot silver
second.
medal.
Okay. And if he draws,
If he draws, then it's all tie breaks, down to tie breaks between him, Artemiev, Arjun. It's a huge tie on 9.5.
and look at this 15 seconds for him. This is crucial now.
What can go wrong for, let's say, white over here?
No, for white, the
Yeah.
problem is the b3 pawn. The b3 pawn, if black somehow manages to take that, the a pawn is going to be very dangerous. And now he's going to go knight c5 at some point.
But then I don't think in any way my MVL is going to lose the b3 pawn, right? That's like the hero.
Oh,
he
by
has
the way,
to
knight
take care of.
c5 is a blunder here. If black plays knight c5, white will play
Knight d4.
exactly.
Wow,
And it's finito la comedy.
Nice. The c5 piece is lost.
that would be so bad. So king d6 played by Hans. He's playing this carefully.
Can you go knight d4 here? Anyway, exchange and go into the rook endgame.
But that's a
Rook E5
draw.
check maybe. You have to
Yeah,
be
but
careful.
white is okay with the draw, no?
Knight d4, rook e5, king d3, rook d5.
Slightly tricky.
Unnecessary. Yeah, rook c4 and maybe king pawn endgame. But
Oh, Lanier is winning.
Lanier Dominguez. Can we go to board 6? Lanier Dominguez is right now beating Yaz Khan. And I think Yaz has been the find of this tournament. I mean, he's already been found as a
Harshit bhai, your
talent.
phone is ringing.
Oh, sorry,
You lost
sorry.
your game, Harshit.
I'm sorry.
Harshit getting a lot of congratulatory messages right now.
Yes, we actually have a message on our chat. Good job, Harshit ji. All jokes apart, please play more.
Yes, he
Yes.
will play World Blitz now, tomorrow. And that's a lot of games, 13 games tomorrow.
Please save me. Okay,
King
but
H.
Yaz Khan, you played against Magnus in the last round.
Yeah.
And I just saw him coming out from his game and he was super upset. And that kind of
No,
just
that
tells
was
us.
last round. That was penultimate
Yeah.
round. Last round, Magnus played Anish.
Ah, yes. No. I mean, the round before this.
Okay.
So the last round, he played Magnus, and even though he lost, he was upset, which tells us that the ambition he has, like he even feels bad losing to Magnus, you know?
Yeah. And Magnus said he's the most talented 14-year-old he has ever seen, which is quite a lot of praise, right? Coming from maybe guy who is right now the GOAT of chess.
But he's losing now. But I still think it's great experience for him. This rook pawn endgame, the c pawn is a passed pawn. And I think Lanier will just advance his king 3 seconds for him. I think this is all over.
So Lanier Dominguez will also reach 9.5 points. So it's going to be a 4-way tie unless Javokhir Sindarov and Andrei Esipenko also reach there. If we go to board 5, maybe this
Theoretical rook
not so
endgame.
easy. It's a draw, but I think because
It's easy, no?
no,
Black
the
king
king
is
is
boxed
cut
in.
off.
Oh, the kings is boxed. And if you go c2, it's super important that
Two.
you play king to g2 or h2. And this should
If
be a
king
draw.
f2, can anyone say what's the winning move for black?
Oh, there's one in the. Wow,
He's
people are
very
so
strong.
smart.
He's
So
very
quick.
strong. You know that. What's your? Do you have a rating, Khalid? How much?
Oh, wow.
And how old are you? Because you
And-
know he's already won the prize, but he's always the first one to raise his hand.
Wow,
so
Khalid,
it's
you are very
amazing.
strong. Maybe in
Oh,
4 years,
FPL drew.
you will be where Yaz Khan is right now. Oh, MVL drew,
That's
guys.
the game,
Hans
Hans.
Niemann reaches 9.5 points. By the way, the question mark is not because this move, they just placed
Agreed
the
to a
king
draw.
there. And so, Sindarov Esipenko. Yeah.
Yeah, that means we already have Hans, Artemev, and Arjun on the same point.
No, Hans, Artemiev, Arjun, Dominguez,
Okay.
4 players.
4 players and Sindara versus Esipenko. If no, that's a draw. That's a draw. So most likely it will be the 4 players, and the thing is book goals, right? Because only for the championship there will be a tie break.
Yeah, only championship tiebreak because the rest will be decided on tiebreaks.
On the book goals, I guess.
Yes. And we see the Orbiter is kind of congratulating Maxim, or I'm not sure. Maybe his tiebreaks are quite strong.
No, Maxim finished with 9 points. So he's out of the race.
He's out. Okay.
Only Hans gets it to 9.5.
Oh, which means Magnus won the tournament with 1 point lead, yeah?
Yeah.
10.5. Wow.
Too good.
Brilliant.
We are hoping that we could get one of the player, maybe if someone comes here, maybe Arjun, if he comes
That would
here,
be great.
would be cool.
Yeah, I think Arjun, Hans.
For 3rd place.
Who?
So according to our director Saab here, Vivek Bhai, Arjun has the best tie break
Oh.
after Artemiev, so he could get 3rd place. Can we go to board number 5? Sindarov Esipenko. Yeah, they've drawn.
Oh, it's a
Draw.
draw.
So draw here and go to board 6 now. Dominguez.
Completely winning.
Oh,
He
he's
won.
won.
He
He's
won.
won already. And so we can go to one game that's still going on, board 12. Samir Sahidi is playing Grishchuk here. That's the top board that's going on. And he scored 5 wins in a row, Samir. And that's amazing.
Actually, I've noticed in this tournament that momentum is super important. You win 1 or 2 games and you somehow just have so much confidence in your third game already that it kind of helps you win the games. By the way, Nihal is also playing on board 13.
Yeah, let's look at Jonas Bier and Nihal Sarin. And Nihal has a rook and a bishop. This might end in a draw, like a fortress, yeah?
Yeah.
So, it could very well be that Magnus gets gold, Artemiev silver, and Arjun gets bronze. It's possible, but kind of heartbreaking for Hans, yeah, if he doesn't get a medal because he played so well.
Yeah.
But I think everybody played well. If I remember, there were moments where Arjun was clearly winning against Artemiev. Which game was it?
Yeah,
Like,
Artemiev.
yeah, and then it completely changed later. So everybody played really well who are in top
Yeah.
10.
True.
Guys, I'll take your leave. I'll catch the bus.
You're
But
going to play World Blitz from
Yes.
tomorrow.
Thanks a
Harshit,
lot
bye.
for
So
having me.
just to tell our viewers, Harshit bhai, you were playing on
Yeah.
board
5-0.
50.
David
And
Paravian.
Harshit managed to beat a very strong GM, David Paravian. He also played Magnus in this tournament.
Yeah.
And you managed to beat Amin Basim, Arkady Naidic, Emre Can, Sandeepan Chanda, and David Paravian. So that's 5 strong players that you've beaten in this tournament. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm super happy with my performance. But to be honest, it was more about just having fun. And I was having fun when I was playing. So for me, that was more important.
And tomorrow you will play 13 rounds of Blitz now.
No,
Do you
not
think-
tomorrow. Like tomorrow will be 7 or 8 maybe, yeah?
No.
What?
It's one day, and remember the last day is for the type like the quarter semis
That's
finals.
amazing that I came here.
So it's not 2
Otherwise,
day.
4 rounds walkovers अगर
No.
वो bike से चला जाता था.
It could be 2-day event for him if you finish it.
No, that's not
Hey,
happening.
top 8, Harshit.
Harshit,
That's
if
not
we
gonna
finish
happen.
top 8, we will have a gift for you. The
Oh,
freedom.
no, I mean,
Not
I will
this.
bring you gifts if I finish in top 8. Okay, guys, see you.
See you. Thank
See
you,
you.
Harshit bhai,
All
and
the
huge
best.
congratulations for a great performance. Harshit is someone with whom we've been commentating for last 1 year, and clearly you can see the results, guys. So please think about joining our commentary box.
Oh, that is so cool. But Arjun's is the ranking out? I
No.
guess some games would be going on. Maybe Sagar, very quickly. Do you know which are the active games right now? How many games are going on?
Uh,
No, you'll just check. Click over there.
right now, the games that are going on are many, Amruta. Samir is playing Alexander. Jonas is playing Nihal Sarin. Levon is playing Amin. Bai Jinshi is playing Firuja. Rauf versus Sanal Wahab.
See the. Wait a second.
Too many games.
Are you shifting? Because I couldn't see the board.
No, I didn't shift anything. Should I shift?
Yeah, it would be good to have a. few
Okay, so
seconds look
Samir
for
Sahidi,
everything.
this board is looking like a draw. Jonas Bier versus Nihal.
Wait a second. Okay.
Both places shifting. Jonas Bier versus Nihal is also looking even. Levon versus Amin Tabatabai looking very interesting endgame. Should be equalish. Firuja is better. Close to
Actually,
winning.
but has to be careful to not blunder something. He has a good knight. Almost, yeah, same side pawn. So, okay. And then?
And
Hans
then
is
we
third.
have
People are saying Hans is third.
Rauf Mamedov versus Sanal Wahab. Guys, you cannot guess who is third or fourth
Why?
until
If
all games.
If all their opponents have finished the game.
Yeah,
no?
but until all games are over, because someone playing on the last board can also impact the result if they have played against them.
Got it.
Sina Mohaved, actually Amruta, who started off so well, is ending it not so well for himself here.
I mean, still well, but he started off like brilliantly.
Yeah,
for sure.
he was right at the top. And Mitrabha Guha is losing to Eduardo. Jose Martinez. Oh, what a king and pawn endgame with Shamshidin and a draw. And Yeah, these are the games. So many games still going on. Amrita.
Lovely. I think it has been an amazing event, Sagar. World Rapid already 3 days. How the time flew by, we did not even realize back-to-back games, intensity on the board.
True. And
Wow.
Amrita, also Gukesh won his game. So he finishes with 8.5 points. The world champion scores 8.5. And Pragnananda and Arvind also score 8.5.
They
So
were against each other, so draw, yeah, last
they
round.
fought and they drew.
Okay. Prasad says when 0.5 separates the winners, top 20 deserve accolades. One missed tactic, slip in focus for a few seconds decides the outcomes. Well done, all. Yeah, for this tournament, definitely, I think so many people who were right up there. It was a long tournament to sustain your performance, and I think that's where Magnus Carlsen does it again and again and again. And yeah, the GOAT, as we have been calling him. It's amazing. But guys, it has been such an amazing thing for us to be commentating from this beautiful fan zone over here. Thanks to FIDE and also Qatar Chess Federation, our good friend Muhammad. So lovely settings over here. Here everything is there. There's food, there's merch, there's also this lot of free stuff, Sagar. Like I gifted you your name in Arabic. uh, there's also Hina, so which I will get done.
And yes.
Uh, yeah, Chess ID guys, do check it out and register over there. Lots of discounts you will be getting.
Ooh.
And tomorrow it's a continuous thing. Yeah, it will again be watching Magnus versus I don't know first round who
Yeah,
gets
Amrita,
a
I think
chance.
this
but
Blitz format, the new one that they have, which is
13
1 day of Swiss and the day 2 of knockouts, is very, very interesting. But it's sometimes less games, yeah, like so many players.
Yeah, in day
and,
1, 13 rounds are over.
And 21 rounds, which was the earlier way to play Blitz, was I felt like very interesting because everyone would play each other in that. But
Yeah.
I also get it that here, in that, what used to happen is sometimes by round 19, you already had a winner. And then the last 2 rounds would be not that exciting. But now, like, because of this format where you have like top 8 and then quarters, semis, and finals on the last day, you get very exciting games.
The only problem in this saga is after 13 rounds, let's say somebody has won it, which is after such a hard work, there is nothing for them except for, they can be 8th place again.
Yeah.
And that maybe, I think that seems a bit, I think it happened with Vaishali last year.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I think maybe
Yeah.
they should have this format where top 4 players can choose the bottom 4. So
Yes,
that gives a small.
some edge I
Yeah.
think is important for the top finishers because winning a 13 round tournament with all these opponents is very difficult.
We've seen this in freestyle
But
chess.
maybe some prize money would be there. I don't know if already there is something, but something which is more.
Right.
If nothing, we'll have the freedom bags.
Okay. Guys, Firuza is still playing a tough tournament for Firuza, I must say, who was many thought would finish at the top, especially with the form that he came in from the Global Chess League. But he hardly got going in this tournament. He couldn't really even face one top player. He was facing only 2500s actually in this tournament, which is kind of tough for him.
Yeah, I think so many players, by the way, hats off to them because this year has been an insane calendar, back to back tournaments. Here also, it's not even like they get 1 day rest. They come directly from one tournament, traveling over here with their suitcase, again starting to play. Chess players, they say after every tournament, they need some time to sleep, like most of the
This is
players sleep.
old times, Amruta. The modern day chess players have become athletes now. Actually, this is true. Earlier, you could be like a chess player and not really focus on your fitness, stamina, and stuff. But now it's impossible with the amount of chess that they are playing. They need to work on it. It's so intense.
Yeah. And Sagar, what happens to the, like, after 13 rounds are done tomorrow and those who are not in top 8, they can go back to
Yeah, they
their
have a
home,
rest day.
or they go back home.
They can join us in commentary here.
Oh, so last day we will have maybe many people joining us.
We can ask them.
We will definitely have Harshit Raja.
Most of the people will make a plan to see the city of Doha, I think.
Yeah.
Because
What
that's
do you
how
think Harshit will choose? Seeing the city,
I'm right
or
now
coming-
hoping that he finishes in top 8.
but he himself was not very confident about it.
But you know, Amruta, in Blitz, sometimes
Or
as
you don't
said-
want him in commentary, Sagar. It seems like that.
No, in Blitz, sometimes it's momentum, right? If 1 or 2 good games and you are able to beat some players, suddenly you feel like, wow, I can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, also the chat is asking about Gautam Krishna's ranking.
Oh, yeah.
Gautam, who really had a great experience meeting all these opponents. I think a lot of our Indian players got to play with the 2700s like Levon and Hans and so many people. I mean, out there, Fabi and Nepo, Ali Reza, because they were also not doing the best. So this opportunity would mean a lot to them.
Yeah, Gautam lost 3 in a row to Mamedyarov, Ivanchuk and Muradli, but still scored, I think, 6 points. Last round, I don't know what happened with Rakhmano, but he gained 65 ELO points, which shows that he had such a good start.
Brilliant. 65, and he reaches to how much rating?
Around 2400, 2450, he was 2300.
Yeah.
So
The funny thing about this rapid tournament is the ratings are completely
yeah, they are not
different, like nothing in relation with
the rapid ratings
classic.
are not really in sync because they don't play so much rating
Yeah.
tournaments. Rapid rating tournament.
And somehow the rapid ratings are not taken as seriously by the players. They focus much more on classical chess for ratings, at least. Okay, we have this game Ali Reza's, which is clearly.
By the way,
very
Amrita,
very-
I did ask Arjun if he would like to join us, but he's already back in the bus to his hotel because
tomorrow the
tomorrow
rounds
is big. Yeah, you want to win the tournament. That's
Wow.
professional, very professional, that he would like to go back and take some rest. Makes
Yeah,
a lot of
that's
sense.
absolutely amazing. Sagar, this one is clearly with black.
It's nice how Ali Reza is winning it with his knight and 2 pawns. I'm enjoying. He's step by step making progress, one move
Wow.
at a time.
Look at this B2, King C2, D3. I think even.
Oh, by the way, we
Yeah,
have a video, Amruta, of Sameer and Grishchuk. So maybe we can keep it here because that's the game that they are showing.
Hmm. And that was almost over in Ali Reza's game anyway. This one, Sameer with the white pieces having 1 minute on the clock, more than Grishchuk. But obviously, Grishchuk plays on less time. Actually, it's a rook endgame which he can defend, but we have seen so many rook endgames going haywire in this tournament. Yes, Sagar. So that's why Grishchuk, who is highly experienced, Dvoretsky's endgame manual, I believe every single professional player has read it, and they have this sense that how you keep on playing, and kind of for a lesser experienced player, lower rated than you player, finally such players often manage to trick them in the end. But Sameer, who has played brilliantly and has made 5 out of 5, it's not easy to beat him. Rook b6 played. By the way, we will not have the standings until all the games are over.
Yes.
So technically, will not be sure who is third, whether it is Hans Niemann, whether it is Arjun Erigaisi, until each and every game is over. F4 check has been given. The king cannot blunder going to E4 and get checkmated in one move with rook B4. So the king must go back to the second rank, and black will give a check there, maybe trying to control the second rank. So Sagar, if king E2,
Yeah,
rook B2,
yeah.
or maybe I can't go king E2, yeah, because you are going rook H2 next. King
Hmm.
e3, rook f2. Yeah, that's lost.
I mean,
Uh, even here it's lost. But
I
king
think
e2,
here you have a chance, Amruta. Let me see.
king f2 is forced. No, even
Wow.
king e2 is fine.
And if check, king
King
here.
g1. Yeah, you stop rook h2, you stop rook f2, and the rook on a3 very nicely
So
defends
did
the.
Grishchuk miss a win here?
Oh,
He,
Grishchuk is winning.
how, no, he was winning here, and he played king e6 and did not win. If he played rook d1 and perhaps
Rook
rook
h1.
h1, he would have won with king e6, f5, f4 ideas. But the way it stands now, it seems like Samir will get a draw.
But how is rook h2 okay, right? I mean, allowing rook h2 okay.
Oh, that's a good point because Amruta, rook a8,
Hmm.
rook takes h4, and now king g2 trapping the rook.
Oh, this is so cool. This is like this theme is there in many of the studies and compositions.
Yeah,
But wow, it's actually happening in a
it's
game.
you cannot touch the h pawn. It's like a touch me not plant. Guys, right now the results are not out between who got bronze, but in women's section, gold went to Goryachkina, Zuzhiner got silver, and Humpy got bronze.
Or
In-
if Arjun gets bronze, then we will have one medal for India for both open and women.
Yes. And there we see on the stream, we have a beautiful creative of Goryach. Maybe we can also put it here, Vivek bhai. Goryachkina becoming the champion. This was created by Anmol bhai. Very cool. Who? No, there's only a playoff for gold. There is no playoff for bronze. It's on tie breaks, like the book holes, which is without playing.
People are trying to guess in online chat that who will be third and
Sorry? No, they won't play. It's based on
only for first
the
there
tie
will be a
breaks
tiebreaker.
are called book holes. It's not by playing. It's just an addition of all the points scored by your opponents. I think majorly all the players will take rest tonight and get ready for tomorrow, because if you practice today, you'll be very tired for tomorrow. So most of them will most likely just take rest.
So like 13 rounds, 3 plus 2, right?
Yeah, there's
So
a very
every-
nice creative here.
Oh, nice.
This is
Magnus
made by
Carlsen.
Anmol. I love
Amazing.
it's very
And
nicely done there. And I think we also have of the women, Goryachkina.
Wow.
Okay.
So
Let's
coming back
go back to
board,
the game.
because I'm interested in the rook end game which Grishchuk is playing and to see what's happening there. Because if Samir manages to hold that, I think it will be amazing for him. Great end with 8.5 for him.
Yeah, I think for someone who started off the tournament with 3 points out of 7 rounds to end with 8.5 on 13 is a dream.
Absolutely. And this is very interesting that if we see the whole playing hall, almost everybody is finished. It's the last round, but the players are fighting it out over there.
Actually, there is a press conference that happened. I don't know if it's still going on, but with Magnus and Goryachkina, they always have that press conference, and it must have happened there in the media room.
Wow. And look at the crowd over there. Which game are they watching, Sagar? Grishchuk, yeah? Okay, they are watching Grishchuk's game. So King F5 played. What do you think? Any chances for White to go wrong?
I think now it's all sorted. Yeah, White has understood the setup, what to do, what not to do. It should be a draw.
You know, what are the chances it goes into F and H pawn? Because let's say if Black gets E4
Ah, yes.
and then those two pawns are exchanged, then he wins the H4 pawn.
That's true.
And
F and
then-
H can happen. But you may not be able to win the H4 pawn. So it may not be 2 pawns for Black, only one. will you guys come tomorrow for Blitz? Anyone here? Yeah, you're coming. Oh, wow. That's amazing. I think Blitz will be a lot of fun. We'll follow all the action here. And then I think on Tuesday will be the most exciting, Amruta, because there we can like have multiple, like 4 games going on in open and 4 in women.
Yeah, that is quarterfinals and semi-finals. Then yeah.
Yeah, it will be tough for some players who are not blitz specialists. As you said, Anish Giri, maybe. But Anish, I think, is very good at blitz. Gukesh, maybe, yes. Anish has, in fact, performed very well in some World Blitz tournaments. He's finished 4th even, I think.
And yeah, for Gukesh, definitely, like he has been focusing on rapid, and he did play.
Actually, Gukesh was
very well.
close to getting perhaps a good finish here, but today that loss that he had against Esipenko
That hurt him.
in the penultimate round, and that's why he finished with 8 and a half.
Otherwise, he would have actually had a great chance to be in top 3.
Yeah.
Interesting. You know, last time they had in New York one very amazing tournament, which was a VIP tournament, and before the on the last day.
Actually,
That
the
was
thing
lot of
is,
fun as well.
in New York, Amruta, they had a rest day between the Rapid and Blitz. Yeah, they had a 6-day event. Here it's 5. In New York, there was a conference. It was called where chess meets finance.
Right. Okay. Because it was happening in a very, very reputed venue over there, a beautiful one. It was very cold in New York, though. Definitely.
No, I think Qatar has been incredible as a venue for this tournament. I've been enjoying here. Oh, by the way, why did Samir go up? He could have gone to F1. But maybe now he
He wants to pick up the H5 pawn, Sagar.
Yeah, he thinks he can actually get active and draw.
It's always better to go for a draw if you have 2 choices, an active play, than a passive one. Rook F2, king, yeah, he goes king F5. Rook E3, and Grishchuk in his final moments, can he trick him? You can see the crowd over there. The people are watching, but they don't know who is there, who is around. Absolutely, that's the intense focus, guys. What if Rook H8? He goes Rook A5.
If you take here, he'll take the E5 pawn.
But what if Rook H3 then? King F4. Okay, Rook F1, Rook E4. Look at this. Rook F3, Rook E5. Rook F1, Rook E4. F3, Rook F4. Is that lost? Because there's... No, King F4 you want to play. Is Rook F4 also okay? Rook F4, F2.
Already decided? How? Oh.
So what?
Third. So it's very interesting, guys, that on chess results already the results seem to be out because it's a 5-minute delay here. And so the ranking list is out. We have Magnus Carlsen with gold, Artemiev with the silver, and Arjun Erigaisi wins the bronze.
Wow,
that's a good
amazing. Congratulations to all the medal winners over here. So that means Norway gets a gold in open section. Then the second one goes to FIDE.
And third to India. And 4th to USA, Hans Niemann. 5th to again USA, Dominguez. MVL finishes 6th, Sindarov 7th, Wesley So 8th, Anish Giri 9th, and Esipenko 10th.
And what about the women's section? Can we read the first prize, Goryachkina from FIDE?
Yes.
The second one was Zujiner, China, and Humpy from India wins the bronze. So only India gets 2 medals totally.
FIDE and India.
FIDE also, yes. That's amazing. And who is 4th?
Savita Shri, Vaishali 5th,
Vaishali.
and Ekaterina Atalik 6th, Lei Tingye 7th, Divya Deshmukh 8th, Katrina Lagno 9th, and Tan Zhongyi 10th. Okay. guys, I think it's time for us to call it a day. Although I want to finish this game on the top.
I don't want to leave it like that.
Arjun has left. I wrote to him. He's already in bus.
Can we get back to the board?
Yeah, we can have the board here. And that, dear friends, is the final move of the World Rapid Championships. And that ends our chess coverage here. And we are very, very happy to have come here to do this live. But we'll be back tomorrow as well to do the World Blitz Championships. And I'm glad many of you are coming back. So see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Good night. Bye-bye.